So, weird crash. You guys can hear. Yeah, I definitely see the audio meter. I'm pretty sure you guys hear me this time. No weird microphone issue. However, VLC, and I don't think I've ever seen. Actually, no, I've never seen this before. I don't know. I don't think it was VLC that was the problem. Um, but now I can't get it to recognize the audio output, any audio output. So I'm not sure, but think I think the really sneaky trick I've been using so I can do all the cool audio routing that I do, I think it crashed. I'm not sure why. I'm not happy about I'm not happy about it. But I think that crashed, and as a result, I can no longer get VLC to see the correct output. My workaround to this, kind of. Can I change that easily? Let's see. Okay, we're gonna see if I can fix this real quick. I don't want to fix it this way, but it should work. Okay. It is definitely going to that output. May as well turn on that extension. Okay. And let's try changing this output to be that. Okay. Now, confirm for me that you're not hearing any weird echoing, because I think that might be caused by this. If you're getting weird echoing on my voice, that's a problem, and I will fix. Oh, now Mike's dead? Okay, it is echoing. Alright, that's not going to work then. Okay. Fuck. Actually, that's not going to work at all. Okay. Is it okay now? Obviously no music, but is it at least coming through without an echo? Okay. Yeah, then no music for this episode. There's without a reboot of the computer, I don't think I can fix this. Unless the possible alternative, it may be possible to like restart some services. I'm not sure what service to kill though. It doesn't matter if this is one of those days. If you want music, find some. Just find something on Spotify, turn it on in the background, and you're good to go. In the meantime, I'm actually going to go headphone free since... Actually, well, I don't know. I may consider putting on some music for myself later, but in the meantime, we're not going there. My ears cannot be crushed by headphones today. That'll be my special thing. All right. Anyway, how's everyone doing? How's your Wednesdays? How has your week been? How has all of the weirdness that this weird little world is bringing us? How is it all turning out? I actually, let's see. Did I? Yep, those are last week's links, so I'm gonna delete those real quick. I couldn't remember, but unfortunately, I did not come with a whole lot of stuff prepared. Curvy, you can possibly go home. Yay. Congratulations. Hoping for the best on that one, because any longer you spend in the hospital, it just gets more and more unpleasant. Let's see. DMCA be like, we make you run like it's the YMCA. I mean, For real. Absolutely for real. Uh it's actually funny. Let's see. The video I posted with my gimbal review a few weeks ago. I use this service in order to get music to put as a backdrop to that video. And it works out fine. It's actually a service that lets you use it for free, but you have a limited number of songs that you can use each month. Or you can pay and have full access and a little bit larger library to pull from, stuff like that. And it's the first time that I've uploaded something specifically with music that has a copyright, but regardless of how it's done. Uh, and it was funny because I uploaded it. I didn't even set it to live, to be public. But within like 3 or 4 minutes of uploading it, it already had a copyright, not strike, but it had a copyright. Damn, I'm blanking on the term for it, but anyway, it already had its copyright mark on it. So, um, I just had to include something in the description to get that cleared, but it was one of those things, like, it's funny that it happens that fast. Before I forget, let's also quickly add this to the right playlist. Boom, and done. For those who haven't looked, I do have playlists set up, and I'm trying to be really, really good about adding everything to the correct playlist when I do them. So, look at me, being a semi-quasi-responsible-ish YouTuber. Let's see. Curvy's girlfriend keeps bringing food and drinks. Nice. I'm assuming that's the not interesting kind of drinks. Hospitals, as I hear it, are not super keen on the idea of people getting lit up in their hotel or in their hospital rooms. Okay. Anyway, let's see. I did want to bring up more just for laughs, because this is not a serious topic, but there is one piece of today's news. By the way, if anyone has topics, by all means, drop those in the RambleCast chat, because I did not come at all prepared today. I've been working on so many other random things that just was not part of it. Okay, let's see. Where is... yes. Here we go. Now I just need to connect the right... Where's it at? Browser. We're going for the one with a silly title. You guys should already know what this is. Just from the title of this episode, you should know what this is. Just bring you Coke, no rum. That is sad. Sony State of Play tomorrow. Oh, I did not know that. I may have to check that out. Diablo, thanks for the link. I did see that in general. I kind of figured I'd peek at it. I didn't really look super close at that topic, but I mean, it's not hard to guess from the title. It's pretty straightforward. Okay, anyway. Green screen looks... if I twist that a little, bring that up. Yeah, there's nothing else that rims my shoulder better. All right. So, really quick, I got to start with this prolific level of stupidity. So, for those who haven't already heard, earlier today, Donald Trump held a press conference where he announced that he is suing Twitter, Facebook, and Google, plus their respective CEOs. And he is demanding, quote unquote, trillions in damages. Trillions. Okay. So, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm not gonna go deep on this because it's just so freaking stupid. Wait, who wrote this? John. Okay. Uh, anyway, yeah. So he's trying to cite violations of Section 230. He's trying to say that it's a violation of his First Amendment rights. Which, I mean, seriously, dude, seriously, yeah, people don't understand what First Amendment is actually about. Free speech has nothing to do with guaranteeing that you can post on the public lawn. But okay. Um so yeah, anyway, I just think this is one of the stupidest, funniest things that could happen. I'm sure each company has at some point or another predicted this was coming. I mean, really. Everyone knew that he was going to sue eventually over some stupid crap like this. Because that's what he does. He threatens lawsuits. Occasionally he actually files them. Often he doesn't. He's still getting on the bandwagon about how the election was stolen. Like he's harping on all this stuff. But I'm just I love the stupidity of all of this. So anyway, wow. Jeez, he is this article actually hits a lot more than the others I've seen. But what is really funny is a bunch of legal experts have already weighed in on this and basically said there is no chance he can win. It is so unlikely. It is such a doomed, I mean, it says it right there, doomed to fail. But the lawsuit basically has no legs. So, yeah, that's pretty much just where this is going. Honestly, what's funny to me about this ultimately, like, look, I'm not even going to pass judgment on much else. I just want to say, in terms of technology, and I know that somehow I'm trying to bring this back to a relevant topic, but in terms of technology, I look forward to how each of these companies ultimately is going to have to change not only their end user agreements, because they all are going to have to change them. They're all going to have to add language. And really interestingly, I think they're all going to have to add technology. I would expect a whole lot of YouTube videos are going to start, like, as creators start uploading stuff, I bet YouTube's algorithm is going to start looking through the video and trying to find trigger phrases that raise questions about what, like, do you really want to post a thing like this? Because if you are crossing into certain lines, you may be inviting being censored or limited in what you can post. We may have to, like, induce delays on when your video can go up. We may have to do whatever. Like, I can see a lot of that stuff changing, and it'll get really interesting for, I think, YouTubers in particular, because that's the one where YouTube, you actually upload a whole video and it takes processing time and digging around to actually get what's in a video. Whereas with Twitter, I mean, the most you're uploading is, I guess, technically videos, but more likely images, very frequently just tweets. And then, of course, there's Facebook, kind of about the same. Honestly, I can't help but think that this is going to turn into several years of really dumb and obnoxious interface changes. And I don't know. It's going to go to weird places. Curvy, he wants it to go to the Supreme Court. I agree, actually. I think that's exactly what he wants. The thing is, fundamentally, I don't think... I know that this is going to sound weird, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, here's the thing. It's likely because of Florida, he is probably going to, he's filing it in Florida. I have a feeling it will never, one of two things is going to happen. Well, okay, I can see a few things happening. One possibility, because this is a very real possibility, a judge might just straight up throw out the case or cases. I don't think this is one case. I'm pretty sure he's naming, I think this is multiple cases, presumably. I don't think he's actually filed them yet. Let's see. Here's a Fox News version, which you know. By the way, I this is why I pulled this one up. Specifically, this part of the title, that he says that they've ceased to be private. I mean, still private companies, brah. That's just because they're popular, it doesn't mean that they aren't still private companies. Anyway, let's see. As far as I'm, here we go. The lawsuit will be a class action, which is cute, but okay. Trump will be lead plaintiff, claiming that he's been censored by the companies. He spoke about the legal action from his golf club, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so he has definitely not filed these yet. Or if they've been filed, they, like, obviously have not actually gone through any processing. My going theory is, first off, I don't think a judge is going to take this. And, sorry, I shouldn't say I don't think a judge will refuse it. It's more, I'm raising the possibility a judge will throw this out. It's very plausible that a judge will see this on their docket. They'll review the claims and basically turn around and say, look, you don't have grounds. Sorry. Try again. Because this does happen a lot. We don't hear about it that often, but judges throw out a lot of cases because they just have no basis. They're not really cases with a legal grounds. In this instance, I mean, I who knows? Maybe what he's going to file might have some sort of legal grounds to it, but at the moment, I don't know for sure. My guess is he probably doesn't really have any. It's possible that he's going to say that there's some defamation of character, or that the accusations are baseless and damaging to his brand or something like that. Those would actually be legitimate legal grounds. However, the grounds that this is stepping on his First Amendment rights are baseless. The grounds that these companies are no longer private, just objectively speaking, a judge in Florida could not make that determination, because that's actually outside of their jurisdiction to make a determination of that kind. They would have to, if they're going to give it any response, they would actually literally just have to say, we're sending it up the chain because we can't answer that. And let's see, what else would there be? Again, oh, by the way, this is Fox News, just to reiterate that. And this sentence right here: Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook each barred Trump over his false claims that the presidential election was stolen, alleging that he contributed to the violence on the Capitol, or at the Capitol on January 6th. YouTube is owned by Google. Okay. That's funny, because that's a pretty straightforward, like, even Fox News is saying, yeah, dude, you're wrong. Give it up. But anyway, I don't know if he has any other valid claims. Again, like I said, he could make valid claims, but I don't see those mentioned. And granted, I haven't been reading these articles super closely for each and every detail, but I haven't seen any mention of, like, defamation of character. I haven't seen any mention of, specifically, like, damage to the brand. Just realized I forgot to have a water sitting at the ready. Um, yeah, I don't know, but I think if he's going to do anything, he's going to have to refile this. Uh, and I don't know, maybe there's some chance that it can be more of a oh, what's the term for that? I don't remember. It doesn't matter, but he could be trying to do this as an establishing case, which would be the whole you're no longer private companies, you don't have the rights of a private company. I'm not sure how you'd file that, but I don't believe you can do that as a class action. A class action is usually very focused on damages. But I'm not a lawyer, so that's kind of my understanding, but I may be way off on that. Um let's see. Either way, Kirby, I do completely agree though. He wants this to go to the Supreme Court. I'm just not sure if he can get it there doing this. Also, I'm slightly interested by the notion that it's a class action suit because presumably the only people who could join that class action are those who have been banned. I'm assuming, which I don't I don't know. That seems like a bad group to try to bring up as a class action because here's the thing. Usually a class action suit, the goal not always, but often the goal is to bring people into a class action who have been harmed and are objectively should never have been harmed. Like they should be considered innocent. And the vast majority of the people who were banned, they were not banned for merely saying, "Oh, election stolen, blah blah blah." They were banned because they legit, like lots of the people banned were straight up calling for murder. They were calling for hardcore violence. A lot of them were just they went way over the line. Like they crossed legal boundaries, not just like like terms and conditions. They didn't just violate the "oh, you should behave a certain way" kind of clauses. They crossed like boundaries that should have had them considered for arrest. They were pushing those lines. That's not the group you want in a class action with you, because every one of those cases or every one of those people is going to have to be evaluated. And man, just think of how many people are going to fail to be included because they're not they're not innocent victims in this scenario. But hey, it is what it is. Let's see. Diablo, it would totally do the opposite of what he wants. Very well, maybe. The thing is, I don't think that this is going to backfire. Honestly, I don't think it's ever actually going to see a courtroom. But even if it does, I think it's just going to fizzle out. The court would throw it out and go, a company is not a person. First Amendment does not apply, right? Actually, it definitely does. And this is for a few reasons. One, a company is a person. According to Citizens United, the Citizens United ruling from, I don't know, it's been a few years now. A company is basically guaranteed all the same rights and privileges as a citizen of the United States. There are exceptions. They do not. Yes, this is real. Let's see. Citizens United explained. Sure. Let's do we have anything really good out of this, Google? Okay, that wasn't really the point of it. Okay, 2010 Supreme Court decision, further titled "Political Influence Towards Wealthy Donors and Corporations." Um, let's see. What was Citizens United about? A conservative nonprofit group called Citizens United challenged campaign finance rules after the FEC stopped it from promoting and airing a film criticizing presidential candidate Hillary Clinton too close to the presidential primaries. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, the case itself is all about spending on campaigns. So this is one of those things that's messy. Hold on. Oh, wait. Okay. This isn't exactly what I'm looking for, but it's close enough. Uh, in the court's opinion, Justice Anthony Kennedy wrote that limiting, quote, independent political spending from corporations and other groups violates the First Amendment right to free speech. In other words, that implies very specifically and directly that corporations are guaranteed First Amendment rights. Now, as I recall, Citizens United did go beyond this and gave other rights to corporations, but fundamentally they are basically guaranteed most of the same rights as humans get. However, they are not subject to the same restrictions and laws as humans, which is why I know that this is going to sound kind of dumb and obvious, but this is why you have corporations that cannot be given the death penalty. Like, the pharmaceutical companies that got millions of people hooked on certain narcotics. Nobody is like, the worst that's happening is those corporations are paying fines, and in theory, if you can connect specific people to something, you might get to send a couple people to prison. But a corporation could literally murder people by virtue of, let's say, dumping chemicals in their water supply or something like that. Things that could actually get a regular person put to death. Just hypothetically. Most likely that wouldn't even get someone put to death, but you get the idea. Yeah, they cannot actually be punished the same way, which in a weird way makes sense, but at the same time it's backwards. Corporations actually have, legally speaking, more rights than a human being. It's not like Facebook sits in a jail cell. I mean, let's be honest, we all kind of wish it would. But hey, that's a separate topic. uh Giuliani would be glad to file anything. Awesome. Not in New York State. Yeah. Oh, I would say poor Giuliani, but the dude, come on. Like, at this point, deserves it. Anyway. So yeah, this does bring up some messy, complicated topics, but fundamentally we're going to see some of the stupidest, weirdest things coming as a result of whatever Trump does going forward. If he actually files a lawsuit, just hypothetically, if he does file these lawsuits, I don't think it's going to have the results that he's looking for. Even if it does make it to the Supreme Court, he's not going to win. And that's kind of one of the big issues, because no matter what, ironically, because of Citizens United, which was very, very much pushed by conservatives, Republicans, because of that, those companies have First Amendment rights. And as the court case that just happened in Florida, let's see, Florida judge throws out What would it be? Social network law? Let's try that. Um, who do we want to give our click to? Uh, sure. Let's just go Politico. In this case, this was the topic that we hit on a few weeks back. Ron DeSantis and a bunch of other Republicans created this law that basically allowed people of Florida to sue social networking companies for banning them. And this was very specifically tied to people who are running for government roles. Basically, if you are trying to run for some sort of position, they're saying that social networking companies have no choice. They have to let you be on the platforms. And you can sue them for either $25,000 per day or $250,000 per day, depending on whether or not you're running for local or state elections. Anyway, they signed that into law, and then it almost immediately got tested in a court. The court promptly threw out the law, saying this is so ridiculously illegal. It violates every company's First Amendment rights to free speech, because they have the choice to say whether or not they are going to host somebody else's language. So, yeah, I mean, this right here is literally the exact same premise. But, yeah, it's already been thrown out. In theory, I don't think it'll happen, but if the same judge, Robert Hinkle, if this same district court judge ever gets his hands on this case, he is likely to do the exact same thing and throw the case out instantly. I don't think he'll get it, though. I'm pretty sure this passes through a different set of courts. Actually, I'm not as sure on that as I want to be, but I think it's true. Class actions like this probably do not pass the same judges. So, I don't know on that one. Anyway, regardless, this whole thing is... I'm sorry, I'm so happy I'm happy I highlighted that. This whole thing is doomed to fail. As a total and irrelevant side note, I do just want to also point out how my immense amusement at the fact that as much as all of the hardcore right-leaning people hate Facebook and Twitter and Google, I mean, I'm on Nextdoor, and I can't tell you how much every one of the right-leaning people talks about how evil and awful Facebook is. Like, they can't say enough terrible stuff about Facebook, and half of them still fully admit they're on it every day. It's like, really? If guys, put your money where your mouth is. If you hate it that much, get the hell off of there. Nobody wants you on there anyway. But anyway, whatever. Just wanted to throw that in. But that's I think as far as I'm gonna go with this topic. It's more just funny to me because I think it is actually going to have some really bizarre side effects. But I don't think it's going to be something that we're going to see really kicking in as a real fallout to these companies. Anyway, so OnePlus confirms it throttled performance of 300 popular apps. Oh, okay, that part I missed. I missed the part in the title where it was 300 popular apps. I thought they were just like across the board stripping apps of some performance, but all right. So let's see. Like I said, I only kind of glanced at the fact that there was a story about this. I didn't really see the details. But let's see. So in benchmarking apps, of course, they're going to show higher performance. Because every phone is doing that anyway, whether they should or shouldn't. Alright, OnePlus has included a blacklist of popular apps from the Play Store, all of which are prevented from taking full advantage of the phone's power. The report speculates that an attempt to deliver improved battery life, a failure if our review is anything to go by. Wow. Harsh. Wait, who wrote this? Will. Good on you, Will. Okay, so CPU frequency was tanked. Got it. As for what apps are affected by OnePlus's manipulation, unfortunately, it seems to be wide-reaching. Anantech tested dozens of the most popular apps in the Play Store, ranging from social networks to Microsoft's Office suite, along with several popular third-party browsers, and nearly everything was limited. Even pre-installed system apps were restricted. It didn't take... Really? Well, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. It didn't take long for a pattern to appear. If you recognize an app's name, it's probably being throttled by OnePlus. Nice. Let's see. Okay, so this is the part I figured. There are some exceptions. So a browser no one uses, and games like Genshin Impact could be played at full performance. That was exactly what I figured. Is you get to games, and sure enough, they're not gonna throttle games, because that's the one where if a game is throttled and you're dropping frames, or if it can't render at full distance or something like that, if you have really, really harsh restrictions on a game, it's very visible, it's very obvious. Whereas if Facebook gets slowed down, what's going to happen? I mean, just realistically, what's going to happen? Most people won't even notice. I've said this for ages. The reality is, unless you're talking about games or really, really intensive tasks like video editing, the truth of the matter is, you could take a phone from 5 years ago, run most of the current popular apps, and the average person won't even be able to tell. I mean, really, really seriously, you could take today you could take an original Pixel, probably even a Nexus 6P. You could run most of the current social networking apps, and okay, some of them might bring up a page a little bit slower. Are you going to notice? Maybe not, probably not. And if you tried testing against like side by side, you're going to be able to tell. The new phone is going to be snappier, but an old phone is not going to seem that slow. Maybe scrolling will be a little choppy. It's possible. Maybe, well, you might notice that, actually, yeah, scrolling's probably going to be a little choppy, but it's not going to be so bad that people are going to say, oh my god, this is unusable. And if you slow down speeds by, you look at this percentage drop here. I mean, this is not bad. They're dropping from, say, 2800 megahertz to about 2000. It's not even a third of the speed dropped. That's not great, but it's not bad. And I bet most apps will still run visibly the same. I'm guessing. I'd have to see it, but I feel like this is... I feel like this is... It's obviously not okay, but I don't think that this is going to be that catastrophic. Not in terms of real performance. Let's see. Beast item. That's false. Other OEMs aren't doing this. What is that in reference to? Because I said a few things. I'm not sure which thing you might be referring to. Um, the thing that do remember saying where I said other OEMs are doing this was actually it was about OEMs gaming benchmarks, because that one I know with certainty plenty of other OEMs do it. Samsung has been caught doing it. I don't know if they're currently doing it, but they definitely have been caught doing it. HTC has done it. LG has done it. Uh, let's see. Huawei. Jesus Christ. Huawei definitely. Huawei just does it. If I recall, I don't think they even. I don't think they deny it. But pretty much every OEM that has ever been listed as a OEM has at one point or another made sure to overclock for their benchmarks. They run as hardcore as they can for their benchmarks. And I mean, OnePlus has been known to do it too. Again, I don't know who necessarily is currently doing it, but I mean, all of them have done it. And not that far back. I mean, like, it'd be one thing to say, oh, they did it 10 years ago. Can you never forgive them? To my recollection, I believe they've all done it in the last 5 years. I'd have to check that, but I know several were caught just about 2 years ago. There was literally a list of OEMs that were actively doing it. And that list was something like 5 or 6 names long. So it's a thing. It is well known that this is happening. And as far as going the other direction, specifically power limiting apps, I know several have been known to do this, but I don't think it was as aggressive as this. I think OnePlus is going like the next step higher, and that's really not true, because there were a lot of Chinese phones that were they were hardcore about this. They were limiting everything, but I don't think any of the like more Western targeted phone models were too bad about it. Again, with the exception of Huawei. Huawei was also doing this for a little bit. Anyway, let's see. All right, let's see. All right, let me catch up on comments, because I see a few that I'll probably want to address specifically. Curvy switching back to Pixel. Yeah. OnePlus would be like, we under ColorOS hands now. This all basically comes down to battery and heat management, and all the OEMs are bad at this. Beside him, not currently, in the past, which obviously I'm sure you're referencing Samsung mostly. Samsung is rated really bad on Don't Kill My App, which very notably, to be fair, Don't Kill My App is the not killing apps in the background, which is a stupid behavior, versus underclocking the processor so that the apps don't get full use of the hardware. Like, these are different things. And, which one's worse? Don't Kill My App is worse, in my opinion. But it does depend on the circumstances. Let's see. Moving that window over so this fits my zoom a little bit better. Okay. And let's see, B-Slide them, and they were taken to task. Why is OP getting a pass? Okay. And they were taken to task. Why is OP getting a pass? Is that in response to Don't Kill My App, or is that about the underclocking? Okay, I wasn't sure if that was a .com or something else. All right. Whew. Wow. Samsung is getting hit hard. What is the reason for this? Samsung is now killing even foreground services. Even disabling these system battery restrictions does not save the app from being killed. Let's find out if it's a bug or a feature. Despite Android team promise to enforce OEMs to be transparent about non-standard app killing, in Android 11, Samsung has introduced a new severe restriction. Apps can no longer hold wake lock in foreground. Whoa. This breaks many use cases. No shit, it does. For instance, health apps are now unable to gather sensor data for their users. Is that real? Okay. Battery off. List sleeping apps unused. Okay, whatever. Don't care about that. The wake lock, though. If that's true about the wake lock, that should violate the CTS. On Android 11, Samsung will prevent apps work in background by default unless you exclude apps from battery optimizations. This is severe divergence from standard Android process management policies. To keep your apps working properly, make sure blah, blah, blah. Okay. I mean, that's aggressive, but whatever. It's not technically breaking CTS if for background apps. It's kind of a dick move, but whatever. Okay, this is not new options after 11. Okay, that's not really helping, guys. All right, so solution for devs. No solution. Yikes. Okay, I don't know for sure, but the wake lock thing, that is, I'm almost certain that is a violation of CTS. That should not have passed. Google and Samsung must really be on friendly terms because Google should not have allowed this through. At least not without requiring an option to change the behavior. Okay, that's a totally different issue, but than the OnePlus thing. Okay, anyway, so but beef item, you said Samsung was taken to task. Why is OP getting a pass? Are you saying because I'm saying that I think the performance itself should not really matter? And I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I don't think it's going to have such a visible impact that it's going to matter for many of these apps. Believe me, I'm not giving OnePlus a pass. I'm just saying I can see how it's more that I can see why a lot of people wouldn't notice this right away. And it's very likely when people start running benchmarks and probably noticing a few apps performing strangely compared to other phones sitting like side by side. I'm guessing that's where this probably came up. That's the kind of thing where that's why I think it is. Not just Samsung, OEMs that made benchmarks run better in general. Believe me, I don't give a pass on that. It's just at this point, how to say this? Okay. Everyone listening, I think you've all heard me rant and rave plenty of times about websites, tech news sites, and really almost all news sites at this point, writing headlines that are dishonest, that are manipulative, that are clickbait. I don't give a pass to these sites, but at the same time, everybody is doing it now. That to point and yell at one of them is almost pointless at this stage. It's the everyone's already doing it. Everyone has already ruined something that was good. Well, it was okay before. Now it's just worse. At this point, they're all just equally to blame. Or maybe not equally, but similarly to blame. Everyone's already kind of breaking the trust. So how do you yell at any one of them? That's kind of the issue at this point. Like, you can't yell at. I mean, you can certainly call out OnePlus. That's what's happening right here. 100% OnePlus is getting called out. But at the same time, like, if everyone's doing it, who are you yelling at? I mean, hell, at this stage, it's almost funny because I have to sit and wonder, like, is it possible Google's doing this and we just haven't caught them yet? And if Google's not doing it, maybe that explains why no one's really singing the praises of Google's battery life. Maybe Google's the one company that's like, yeah, we don't do this at all. And look at us, our battery life is just slightly worse, and everyone calls us out over that. Like, where are you making your trades? Anyway, like, believe me, I'm not defending any company. I'm just saying, at this stage, how do you pick who you're going to yell at? It's either yell at everybody or yell at nobody. Which sucks to say, but like I said, it's sort of like news. We're already in a place where everyone is clickbaiting. We're already in a place where every headline is kind of dishonest. So do you yell at just one site? Do you yell at all of them? Or do you just kind of pick, hey, here's our worst offender of the week? And then you just kind of yell over and over again about, I don't know, Engadget. Let's be honest, it's probably BGR. It's definitely BGR. But every once in a while, Engadget will take the lead, or AP will take the lead, or, well, 9 to 5 frequently takes the lead. But you get the idea. Anyway, all right, so Austin, don't have an issue with what OP is doing as long as they disclose it. I would agree to that. You know, I'm trying to think of a good comparison, and I don't really have one come to mind. But yeah, you know, it's kind of like, okay, this is a bit of a weird one, but it's sort of like when companies take sample photos using their new phone camera. As long as you're using your phone's camera, not like a DSLR, I'm not going to care that you brought out professional lighting. I'm not going to care that you had like laboratory perfect scenario to take that picture. But admit to it. Like, show us a quick picture of what it took for you to get that photo, and then I won't really complain. But if you're taking a picture and making it seem like, oh yeah, we were just walking along at a dark alley and we took this picture and it came out bloody perfect. I mean, as flawless as it gets. Yeah, that's kind of a lie. So yeah, disclose this stuff. Beside him, that site is a joke. I assume you're talking about Don't Kill My App. Don't get me wrong, I disagree with some of how that site has operated. But to be fair, in this particular instance, they are calling out a pretty crazy thing. And I do agree with this question of, is it a bug or a feature? That's a valid question in this case. Let's see. Their rankings aren't great, but they bring up good points in the descriptions. Yep. Austin said the same thing. Let's see. Yeah, the Snapdragon 888 does get pretty hot from what I've heard, but yeah, I agree. It wouldn't be surprising if that were a restriction, or if that was their workaround. Um, okay, Beast Item confirmed it was about the throttling. Um, let's see. Beast Item says it can be turned off. Just to be clear, is that about the part where, well, okay, let's see. In Android 11, Samsung has introduced a new severe, by default it's on restriction. Apps can no longer hold a wake lock in foreground services. So let's come down to, wait, new options after update on Android 11. Looking closer at this, apart from the various lists of apps, it has new restrictions added. Optimized battery usage, adaptive battery, adaptive power savings, auto optimize daily, and auto start at set times. Okay. It doesn't clarify which one of these would affect wake locks. That's what I really need to know. Because if that's 100% what this comes down to for me. Because wake locks are an actual necessity to various functions. Period. If you cannot hold a wake lock, especially in the foreground, that's a legitimate functional problem. I don't know if that's affected here. Like, if you make these changes, which I don't agree with the fact that you have to make changes to these settings in order to get back what is supposed to be guaranteed functionality. Without a phone that I could test on, I can't say with certainty, but that is still a terrible practice. They are doing guaranteed they are doing the wrong thing here. This is one of those things. It's sort of like when you go driving on, if you are driving down a road and all of a sudden there just ceases to be 2 lanes. You're on a 2-lane road. All of a sudden there just ceases to be 2 lanes. No signs, no warnings. That's pretty much what this is. Just because you have an option to restore the road in some spots, that doesn't change how critically severe it is if you're actually taking away this functionality. Okay. Anyway, so all right, catching up on comments still. Austin said different issues to fix the same problem. Yeah, kind of. Let's see. Not just Samsung OEMs that made benchmarks. Okay, I hit that one earlier. Which, yeah, again, everyone is guilty. Everyone has been guilty. It's just timing on who gets called out when. That kind of, it's unfair. Samsung did get hit because they were one of the earlier offenders. OnePlus is now getting hit, but let's be honest, it will never be as severe. Austin, like I said, no one is good at background tasks and battery optimization, but some are worse than others. Yeah. All right, let's see. And this only becomes a problem to a minority of users who probably don't know what's going on and how to fix it. Well, yeah. The problems that are going to occur for most people, fortunately, for most people, they're not going to notice them because they're not going to feel like or seem like problems. Even this thing with Samsung, like, the average person really isn't going to notice it. And that's kind of the thing. But that's because the average person probably isn't running an app that's going to create this situation, because let's be honest, the average person doesn't use workout apps on their phone that are going to collect sensor data. The average person is not using the types of things that's going to make this an issue. What sucks is there will be some people who do use those things. They're They're not particularly technologically aware. They're certainly not going to know to look up this. They're not going to realize that their app is getting killed. And those people are not going to have a good way to fix this. That does suck. So even if there is a fix, it's not really okay that it's this way by default. But I don't have a phone here to test that with, so it's hard to judge fully. Diablo, I was thinking Android 12 was introducing background stuff, but don't know. Well, it is. At least if I recall, it is. But how I don't know that that's really going to make much of a difference to this, and who knows how it may get changed. Obviously, Samsung is changing the wake lock behavior in Android 11, which, Jesus, still that... I've written simple apps that required foreground wake locks. This is weird to me. Austin, I blame Google. They need to fix the battery optimization and force OEMs to be upfront about underclocking this and force everyone to on the same page. I agree they need to force OEMs to be upfront. They need to force clear disclosure, and I would go so far as to say they should probably do it by literally putting something in settings or in Google Play services or something like that. Put something in there that, as plain as day, shows you that a processor is being underclocked. I don't know if they have the ability. That may be a technical issue, but that's something that should just be there. It shouldn't be something that is very visible. It can be or should be kind of buried down in the menus, because average people don't need to know, hey, my phone isn't running at full speed, what the hell? Like, they're not going to know it's not running at full speed until they go look. And if they stumble across it, it's going to send a bunch of people into stupid overreactions. So I actually agree with the idea of hiding it, but not hiding it in a place that it can never be found. Literally, like it doesn't exist. It should exist, it just shouldn't be up front. And as far as other than that, I actually fully encourage OEMs. Yes, OEMs should be doing stuff like this. Maybe they should be less ham-fisted about it, but yeah, they should probably be doing stuff like this. It's not the worst thing in the world. At least if it does convincingly help battery life. That's the one big question mark I have in this. How much does it actually help? Is it making like a difference of, hey, look, your phone lasted an extra 20 minutes on, hey, it would have run for 2 days and 2 hours, but now because of our optimizations, it's running for 2 days, 2 hours, and 20 minutes. Like, if that's the difference, please just stop this stuff. It's not worth it. But if, on the other hand, it's making a difference of like, well, it's running 2 days and 2 hours because of these changes. Otherwise, it was going to run like a day, maybe a day and a few hours. Like, if that's the difference, hell yeah, let's please keep this up. These optimizations need to happen. I'd love to see those statistics. I'd love to see what the OEMs are getting, that they're deciding it's worth the possible backlash to keep doing this stuff. Diablo shot on iPhone, but you didn't see the lenses and stuff. Kind of, yeah. Beside, I'm not for Google forcing anything. I see, and that's kind of where, that's why I'm taking the position I am. I don't want Google to force behavioral stuff outside of, again, here's that outside of, functional necessities. Foreground wake locks are a functional necessity. I'm holding to that one. That there is no budge on that. That is a requirement to be able to accomplish certain things. Period. End of discussion. if developers cannot write apps that rely on some basic rules being followed, then all all kinds of shit goes out the window. Like, then you're pretty much just breaking app compatibility. That's something that shouldn't be happening. When it comes to behaviors, like underclocking the processor for apps, I'm all for what you're saying. Google should not force that. I'm all down for letting the OEMs make those decisions. Maybe the OEM knows something about their phone that Google can't know. Like, or take this out of the equation of phones in theory. Like, you could be building really, really custom hardware. You don't want Google forcing or imposing rules that the OEM might know full well, like, hey, we're using a different type of battery technology, or we're using a different this or different that, or this phone is intended for a very narrow audience. Like, we know for sure it should be this way. And you don't want Google messing with that. So, cheers. I'm all for letting OEMs do things with their phones. But I do, however, come back to, if they're going to do this stuff, the user should be able to tell it's happening. So Google should not force anything outside of allowing or letting users be able to find out it's happening. Again, like underclocking the processor, it's something I kind of think, if you buy a piece of hardware, you should probably be able to find this out. It should not have you shouldn't have to go through sneaky methods to do it. You shouldn't have to rely on, was it an Antec? Yeah. You shouldn't have to rely on an Antec to figure this stuff out for you. It should be something that should be straightforward and clear if you go look it up. And also, I think you should have the option to still exclude apps from these blacklists. To some extent, I feel like Google should require companies to have a feature like that. Like, if you're going to blacklist apps, I feel like you should have the ability to disable it, but I don't know, maybe there is some good argument otherwise. And the point of this is, it's not forcing the out of the box experience to be different. It's forcing users to still have reasonable control over their devices. Yeah. I'm trying to think of some scenario where that's not okay, but I can't come up with any. Let's see. Diablo, OnePlus and Samsung give a Switch, I guess, but it's not obvious. Oh, yeah. That's the only way these issues will get fixed. Well, some issues do need to get there are some things that need to be forced. There are other things that I feel like court of public opinion sort of forces a lot of this stuff to get fixed anyway. I don't think Google needs to force everything. Sometimes just a bad reputation dictates what will and won't fly. Let's see. Oh, Diablo, no. Fuchsia is not the answer. Actually, I don't know. Maybe it will be. We'll see. Beside him, what would be the symptoms of this? Apps don't close in the background for you. You have zero issues keeping apps open. Okay, so foreground wake locks. I mean, going right back to this page, they say it pretty clearly. This breaks many use cases. For instance, health apps are now unable to gather sensoric data for their users. It's a weird manipulation on that word, but fundamentally that is exactly it. So a foreground wake lock, an example of how this might work. Let's say you go running with your phone. You put on a jogging app, like a tracker, And this tracker, what it's going to do is it's going to record data from your, well, I would say pedometer, but realistically, most phones don't actually have pedometers in them. They're just using the, uh, oh, yeah, fudge. I cannot think of the name of that sensor, but you know what I'm talking about. The one that tracks orientation of the phone and its inertia in each axis. Anyway, um, so they need a foreground wake lock to get that data. They also use a foreground wake lock to get your GPS data if you're giving it GPS access. These are things that require foreground wake locks. So if for some reason your app is accelerometer, thank you. That's what I was looking for. Um and yeah, the gyroscope also, it contributes to this. Um Now, if you go jogging with an app, now keep in mind, it's not saying that you won't still get this data. It's not saying that it is shutting that out completely. But if for some reason the system decides that it wants to reclaim that memory, or if it decides that that app is using too much power, even though it is a foreground app, it may kill the services that are being used to collect that data. Even though they are currently in use, they are owned by the foreground app. It could kill the services, and this is a bit of a long-winded explanation. Maybe you don't need to know this detail, but in order to collect that data, it's not the app itself, the process that owns that app, that is going to collect that data. It's actually the app has to spin up a separate service. That service lives and exists to receive that data, and then it basically hands it back to the app, where then the app does something with it. But the thing is, those services are kept in memory and live by claiming what's called a wake lock, which is sort of, I know that this is a really dumb way to say it, but it's sort of like, let's say that you live in a sort of community space and you put a sock on the door to show you got something going on in your room. That's kind of what a wake lock is. You're basically flagging, hey, do not touch me. I'm busy. I've got a thing going on. Don't mess with it. Like, system, you want to just leave me alone. That's basically what a wake lock is saying. Background wake locks, the system can still do stuff with you. You're supposed to be able to recover from them, but they exist for reasons. Foreground wake locks, that is about as severe as saying, you know what, the app that you're currently running, we just don't want it running anymore. Like, if the system says we don't want the foreground app running anymore, not for a good reason, like, it doesn't have to be an actual good reason. It can just kill you because it decides it's time. That could happen. And one would assume it probably has been, which is why this is coming up. So that's why this is a really big deal. This isn't as simple as just saying, hey, we think you're running low on memory, we're going to kill whatever's in the background. That's not what this is. Like, it could occur because, like I said, maybe the phone thinks, you know what, you're just using a little more power than we think any service should be. We're going to kill you. Which, if you're collecting GPS data, that's going to happen. That's going to happen all the time. So, yeah, this is fishy. I don't know what their threshold for killing stuff is going to be, because I'm sure it has to be a different threshold for stuff that's in the foreground. But I'm curious, like, what else would it take? Do you, like, maybe if you've got a music or podcast player that's playing in the background, which actually I think that also has to claim a foreground service in order to run, because it's obviously running side by side. Um, like maybe you have that and something else running that also claims a foreground service, and then add to it maybe one more app that's actually like your foreground app, and it's going to have some foreground services. I'm not sure what their threshold is, what's going to trigger this, but something in there, like if you can't claim foreground wake locks, this is catastrophically bad for some scenarios. So I'm very curious how this came to be. Um, uh, Beast Slide. Okay, I'm skipping down here just because I wanted to see what the current comments were. But Beast Slide, I've never experienced that, but I use Samsung Health, but don't really use fitness stuff. Maybe why I'm so fat. I mean, dude, I'm in the same spot. I need to get out and do a lot more to work out. Um, how could you force it to happen so you know? Wait, is that in response to? I guess they wanted devs to use the S Health API. Um, I don't think. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. Honestly, I just, just, I doubt that this is Samsung trying to force developers into using the S Health APIs. Maybe that's part of it, like a, kind of like, well, I'd say win-win, but kind of that, like, opportunistic, hey, we're going to do this thing. By the way, it also kind of gives us this other advantage. Maybe it's one of those things, but I sooner think that this is just trying to be so hardcore power savings that they're doing this. It's also possible maybe they noticed certain apps or certain class of apps were taking advantage of foreground wake locks, and as a result they decided that they were going to just take that away, like kind of as a preemptive or preventative measure to prevent any of those types of apps from having power. I don't know. I'm not really sure how I would go about forcing it, not without having a phone to test on. But I will. I'll just. I'll come right back to saying I bet if it's a scenario of like having music playing plus a fitness app that tracks GPS and accelerometer data, plus maybe something else that runs in the foreground. Like another, it's sort of like a podcast player, but I can't think of something off the top of my head. But anything else that has like special rights to be running in the foreground, even though it's not the foreground app, that seems like scenarios where this could happen. Possibly one scenario that comes to mind is maybe web browsers that have triggered a download. Web browsers have a lot of stuff up front that stays in memory as part of the download process. Or wait, do they? Actually, maybe all that stuff might get unloaded. I don't know. If you're really trying to force this to happen, I mean, if you're really trying to force this to happen, that my suggestion is find the heaviest podcast or music player you can. I suppose Spotify might be probably one of these. Run it at the same time as a non Samsung Health app, something totally different. Again, probably something that's fairly system heavy, and try to start a download on a web browser. Something heavy, I would say Opera or Dolphin, maybe Chrome. I'm not really sure which one's going to be the worst, but like, yeah, start a file download that's going to take a while. Um, I wouldn't be surprised if something dies. I'm not saying it will. I don't know, but that to me sounds like enough of a scenario to get it to happen. There are wake lock detector apps. I don't know if they still work. Honestly, I think that was a privacy issue, so I'm not sure. But uh, I haven't tried testing wake locks in ages, so not really sure on that one. Um, and B slide him, dude. That's dad bod. Come on, the internet has relabeled this to dad bod. You get to have it. Um, let's see. To be honest, that sounds like daily use. That's the thing. I'm not describing impossible scenarios. I'm describing scenarios that are just like putting to the test what could cause this. Because whatever it is, it's still going to be a situation where the system is going to say, hey, the system is going to say, hey, we want to kill something. What can we kill? And if there's some reason why the system is looking at a foreground service and saying it wants to kill it, that's where a wake lock would have prevented that from happening. And the system would say, all right, let's go find anything else, anything that is not a foreground service. But, you know, it without wake locks, you don't get those guarantees. And I would wonder if maybe this doesn't even have, maybe this still protects certain wake locks, like a music player. Um, I really don't know. um, B slide him. No, body positivity is for women. Men should tell other men flat out you're fat and you should lose weight. All right, dude, get on the fucking treadmill. Do it now. Listen to me while you run. Good enough? Okay, anyway, I'm oh, oh. You know what? I just scrolled up. Diablo, you you crazy chatty bastard. You actually just hit maybe one of the other things. Ask Google Assistant on a device. Is my apps throttled down? But here's the thing. Google Assistant actually is a pretty weighty process. Google it might be that if you trigger Google Assistant to pop up without it doing something that takes over the screen and pushes other things to the background, that might actually be enough to cause foreground services to be killed. I don't know, but that might do it. Because I guarantee Google Assistant would be protected. I don't know. It's a possibility. Okay, let's see. It'd be funny, or it would be a funny setting. Find it if it were implemented. Yeah. Apps running crazy has always been an issue on Android. Beside him, yeah, that's entirely true, and that's why I'm hypothesizing that maybe this whole thing is here as like a protection against certain types of apps. I don't know what specific apps. I could only guess, like, maybe there's some weird scenario where maybe foreground wake locks were somehow being used by Bitcoin miners or something like that. Like, that was a problem a few months back. There were a bunch of Android apps that were including Bitcoin mining code, and obviously those were being tracked down and killed by the Play Store. But that doesn't mean that they were all taken away or killed, and it doesn't mean that there weren't things like that previously. I don't know. I can't think of what specific scenario this is, but I assume that it exists for a reason. Austin, OEM solutions are just so inconsistent for devs. It's like the days before Camera X. Google needs a solution. First off, I'll just say Camera X is still bad too. It's better. It improves the situation. It does not fix it. Um, be slide him. This is the way. Great Mandalorian reference. Always, always happy with the Mando reference. All right. Anyway, but yes, I agree. Google does need to lock down certain stuff. Functionally, it needs to be similar enough across devices that you can reliably build what I would call a common app. Not something that relies on specific hardware, obviously, but common apps, simple standard apps that should behave on every phone the same way, should behave on every phone the same way, with the notable allowance that, hey, if an OEM comes along and wants to, say, add a security measure that would actually keep an app from doing something hinky that Google hadn't accounted for, there should be a way around that, and it should fail gracefully. But hey, I'm all for that. Like, if there's some clever way to get around taking a picture, like you gave your app camera access for some reason, and you still don't want it to be able to always take pictures for, again, some reason. Maybe some OEM recognizes the differences in scenarios and is like, yeah, we're just going to add a feature that makes it work a little differently. Like, we're just going to feed you black if you try to access the camera the wrong way. I'm all for that. I want OEMs to have the ability to do this kind of thing. However, it needs to behave gracefully, intelligently, and it needs to actually do well. Let's see. And it needs to not break existing apps being able to be functional. Let's see. Okay. Why do updates automatically pause and ask to resume right after I look for system update on Pixel? I don't know what that's about. And darn, Google got lawsuit from multiple states. Wait, is that a new thing? Is this something else we're gonna dig into? Is this gonna be the legal podcast? Let's see. B-Slime says in settings you can disable it or add apps to the whitelist. Okay, as long as, well, I still don't like the fact that, assuming that actually impacts the wake lock. I still don't like the fact that they have this at all. If anything, it should be one of those things where it should default to off, but encourage you to turn it on. That's the most I would want to see. Or, technically just like first opportunity, ask the user if they want it to be on, or give them some way to immediately see that it is this way and inform them that it has happened. I don't know, that it needs to not be a thing where you pull it out of the box and you have a potentially app breaking function happening and you have no way of knowing it has happened. You have no way of knowing that this behavior was the way it was. That's not okay. That breaks stuff. And if users don't have an easy, reasonable way to find it, turn it off. And by the way, be informed that it is happening. Because if you just buy the phone, you're never going to know that this is a thing, and that's the problem. So, yeah, I just cannot side with this particular way of doing it. They can have it there, but it should not be on by default, or it needs to make the users, put the users in control of it in a way where it's not just buried and hidden so people don't know what they're doing. Okay, so beside him, we all lazy in general. I feel fitness has to be a lifestyle, and those apps and devices don't change us. Yeah, believe me, I've tried a few of the apps. None of them have done a damn thing for me. Anyone remember Zombie Run? I remember getting through the first run. Never did it again. Um, let's see. Let's see. Beside him, I think it would be more publicly or I oh more publicity surrounding it if it was a real problem. No. Corbin has a Samsung. Is it an issue for him? Um, and again, now regarding that, like how often does it happen? Again, I think with fitness apps, they're probably going to be the biggest users, um, or the most likely to trigger something like this because a lot of apps don't need to use foreground wake locks. Foreground wake locks are going to happen in camera apps. They're going to happen in anything that uses the GPS. They're going to happen in, a long list of other things. But it's always going to be stuff that's using sensors almost exclusively. There are a few exceptions to the list of foreground wake locks, which just because Android foreground. Let's see. Do we possibly have? What are the odds that we actually have a real list here? Yeah, I didn't think we would. But okay, they're just talking about the flag keep screen on part here. That's not really giving us the actual stuff that triggers it. Okay. Yeah, and see, Huawei used to be on the worst offender list. Honestly, I was surprised to see Samsung was on the worst offender list because Huawei, I remember, Huawei has held that spot for a long time. um, okay, that's not really what we're looking for. All right, I don't want to spend too long looking for this, but there's a lot of stuff that you need to be able to hold the foreground service for. Um, okay, let's see. Beside him, you're even running a torrent app and it hasn't triggered. That's actually surprising. Um, it must really stay out of. It must really be, or it maybe having a lot of memory. Like they've pushed the restrictions back on memory usage, so that might be keeping everything in not inactive but in activity, if you know what I mean. I'm not sure I'm saying that very well, but maybe the amount of memory and things aren't using enough processor that they're triggering a threshold. I don't know, but and not that this is necessarily a big clear argument against it, but I will say you also buy true flagship devices. Keep in mind this is going to easily be a bigger issue for like a budget Samsung phone. I mean, if you're running around with an A52, I bet anything you're going to hit these issues a lot sooner. Um so that I expect that factors in. Um let's see. Austin, it's been a while since I've used that one. I'm sure that's about the dad bod comment, but um let's see. Austin, you just found out it's not Baby Yoda. Yeah. Grogu is I don't like that name. Honestly, the only reason I don't like that name is because it just does not roll off the tongue. It is so terrible to say that name. If it weren't for that, I would be down for whatever it's called. But I don't like that. Like, I'm okay it's not actually Yoda, but don't make it Grogu. Anyway, Beast item. Devs should code. Oh man, these are fighting words right here. Devs should code for the OEMs most used. I wish devs would move away from material design and adopt one UI. Even Google is starting to with messages that looks different on Samsung devices. Okay. Now this is triggered territory. Okay, so first off, I'm just going to hit these in order. Actually, I'm going to hit these in reverse. Well, yeah, I'll hit these in order. Devs should code for the OEMs most used. Bullshit. Fuck that. No. No, because first off, that's basically saying okay. I'm trying to think of where to pick on first here. So let's actually go to a historical reference. Historical reference time here. Good old Internet Explorer 5 or 6. It's been long enough now, I'm not sure I remember, but whichever one was around for fucking ever. It had tons of, and I mean tons of exclusive functions. They actually had copyrights on a lot of this stuff. So if you wanted to build a website, you could build it to what was considered then basically stock, well, not stock, but it was considered like standard conformant HTML, or you could build it for Internet Explorer's version of HTML. Now, you can guess how this went. Now, fortunately, while technically there were copyrights on all of those APIs, fortunately, Microsoft never actually took advantage of that. They never sued any companies. They never made an issue out of it. But companies like Mozilla, Google, various others, they wrote into their browsers the ability to recognize what HTML was being used, and they accounted for it. They did their best, sometimes due to actual legitimate legal reasons, well, or illegitimate legal reasons, take your pick. They actually could not implement some of this stuff. Some of the things that were unique to Internet Explorer, they did not implement because of legal issues. So, first off, if we reach a point where we cannot have a standard to work towards, if one OEM dominates and every developer says, okay, well, screw the rest of them, we're just going to build for this one, then that's terrible. That leads down a very bad road where everyone else is then basically forced to say, now, because one guy got market dominance, we now have to change what we're doing. We have to actually actively support their stuff, which may not work, may not be relevant to anyone else, and may actually, by legal bounds, actually not be allowed. They might actually get sued by, we'll say in this case, Samsung. Imagine if Huawei is trying to implement a thing just so Android apps will work correctly on their phone. And Samsung's response is, oh, you did that? Cool. We'll see you in court. That is a scenario that can and would happen. Maybe not in this particular case, but if that sort of thing were to become common, guaranteed it would happen. So no, right out of the gate, that's a fat no for me. Devs should not have to code to the OEMs that are most used. That would not work. Now, in terms of supporting what OEMs do on their phones that might be wonky or weird, I'll tell you, devs already do that. They already have to put up with that shit. I know because... Now, I've mentioned this a few times in the past. I'll just bring it up again. There was, at one time in history, going to be an APK mirror app. I had written it. It worked really well, and its function at the time... It had a few functions. It was going to, one, be an APK extractor. It was also going to support uploading APKs to APK Mirror itself. It was also going to work by identifying a new app had been uploaded to APK Mirror, and it would facilitate downloading that. Now, it wasn't going to do the entire job because of reasons. You got to show those ads. But it was going to do part of the job. Basically, it was going to do a lot of the stuff that people would have wanted that app to do. It worked freaking beautifully on every phone I tested it on until I got to two things. One, it had a weird bug related to LG. It wasn't a breaking bug, but it was a bug. It didn't work very well due to a thing that LG did with the way that apps were part of its package manager. And not surprisingly, this exact same issue existed on Samsung. Samsung did a few other things. They broke how package managers work. They actually implemented some things in their package manager, which, okay, I get that they want to do this. I would argue that there was no functional reason for them to do this, but that's a separate argument. But it took an extra week and a half to unfuck what Samsung did, because none of it was documented. None of it was explained anywhere. Samsung does not divulge what it had done to screw things up so catastrophically. But I finally got it through a ton of messing around. I actually had to reverse engineer some of their packages to figure out why they behaved wrong. This is a thing. Like, Samsung broke an existing service, and I know for a fact Google forced Samsung to fix this. I know who did. Like, I literally know the developer at Google who was furious himself because this was an ongoing problem for something like 2.5 years. I know which developer sent the email to one of the liaisons at Samsung saying, you need to fix this or we're going to have to start doing something about it. This is a real issue. It got forced to be fixed. It was forced quietly. It was not made an issue, but it was a real problem, and it broke shit. Apps on the Play Store had huge, massive complaints against them because Samsung broke this feature. Period. So I do have a rage issue over this because this was massive work for me. And it shouldn't have been because Samsung did something wrong. So I'm sorry. End of the day, Samsung's got to follow the rules. That's how it works. If Samsung wants those rules to be changed, they can certainly have ways to go about it. But they got to follow some sort of rules. There has to be some consistency. Otherwise, shit breaks, and that's not okay. Um, let's see. Skimming. Okay, let's see. You wish devs would move away from material design and adopt one UI. Honestly, I don't really fully understand what that means. You're just saying that they should all look the same? Because I look, I'll get behind the argument that I want devs to move away from material design, but that's just because I think material design isn't that good looking. I don't think one UI is exactly a winner either, but uh yeah. Yeah. It to me that one's just an irrelevant thing. That's a stylistic choice more than anything. Um and you're citing that Google is starting to with messages. It looks different on Samsung devices. Dude, I'm sorry, but I don't think that is what you're you I don't think that's quite the same thing, because Google is Google is very specifically trying to team up with Samsung to get the RCS situation worked out. And so, as an obvious, like, I guess it's almost a mea culpa at this point, sort of. They're making sure that Samsung is happy with the idea of using Google Messenger. So they're they're going to agree. They're going to make, or sorry, Google Messages. They made Google Messages look and fit in with One UI. So I think that was very much like, we're doing it to make this work. We're doing it to push the RCS goal. I don't think it was about anything other than that. And what I really mean is, I don't think you're about to see every other Google app adopt a One UI look. I don't think they're going to start supporting, like, it on a, like, functional basis, I guess. I don't think it's going to become a thing where every Android app coming out of Google is going to start having a One UI look to go along with the material design look. I mean, it could happen, but I think if it was going to, by now it would have. It's just my guess, but it just doesn't seem like that's the future of this. Anyway, so going further down, Diablo, meaning like the Android system updates paused and the new check for update doesn't work. So yeah, I still don't understand what's happening with the updates pausing. I don't know. I guess I'd have to see what that is to follow that. Um, let's see. um, why by targeting Samsung you target more users? Right. By targeting Samsung, you're targeting more users. Here's the thing. By targeting a standard by targeting a standard set of APIs and looks, you're targeting all the users. Why target just one OEM if you can target everybody? And now, and of course, we could be splitting hairs on this. I'm talking about APIs. I'm not. I know you're talking more about the look, at least if you're focusing on the One UI versus other stuff. I'm targeting function. I don't care if a developer decides, hey, I want to. Well, when I say I don't care, like, that's setting the wrong start to this sentence. I'll say this: if a developer comes along and says, I want to support every different OEM's look, plus I want to support default material design, cheers, go for it. 100%. If you want to do that, if you want to dedicate your time to doing this, go for it. I'm a full supporter of this. If you want to support every hardware feature that an OEM comes out with, cheers, good, do it, please. That's awesome. Everyone will love you for it. And I would also argue that if you're targeting just one OEM, then the obvious counter argument is going to be, well, why should you just target one OEM? Why not target two? And it quickly becomes, okay, if you're targeting 6, why not target 12? Like, at a certain point, how many are you targeting? The more you target, the happier everybody is, but at the same time, the less happy you are as a developer. Uh, in practical terms, it is better if you have one common standard. And I'm not saying that there can't be stuff built on top of it, but telling developers, hey, your best move is to raise your middle finger to anyone who doesn't use this one brand, it's a bad look. Like, it straight up, it is a bad look. That's bullshit. It does not work in a fully functioning system. Because at that point, you're kind of implying that Google, OnePlus, and everyone else should just step out of Android. They should all just throw their hands up and walk away, because at that point, the presumptive end result is Samsung just owns the world. Not just Android. Eventually, it would be the world. Like, even saying every developer should target wherever the most users are, fundamentally, that's even saying Apple should just give up making the iPhone, because there are more users who own Samsung phones worldwide. So the implication there is, I mean, yes, I'm being ridiculous here, but I'm carrying it to its logical next steps, which is that if every developer should just target whoever won at a particular point in time, they should be targeting that. The other problem with that argument is it doesn't work in the long sense. At one point in history, HTC's market share was 5 times that of Samsung's. Should everyone have been building for HTC? There was actually a point in history where LG's market share was narrowly above. Dude, we're talking slivers, but LG was actually beating Samsung back in the early days for a short period of time. God, such a short period of time, but it did happen. Motorola used to outnumber Samsung for, well, longer than LG did. Samsung became big with the Galaxy S phones, which were not the first Samsung phones, not by a long shot. And even then, I don't know that Samsung took the lead with the first Galaxy S. Someone would have to look that up and confirm. What I'm getting at here is, should everyone have said, screw Samsung, they don't matter? What would have happened then? Would Samsung have ever been able to claw its way into the lead if everyone had already said, well, HTC's in the lead, we should just build for HTC exclusively? That doesn't seem like a good system. That seems like a way that you end up with absolute superiority for one once they've gained that dominance, and there's never a chance to change, which is literally the story of Internet Explorer. Internet Explorer was the fundamental example of a thing that took over. It shoved everyone else out of the market, and then it took years of Internet Explorer becoming progressively less and less enough of a solution before someone else could claw their way back into dominance. And honestly, it really took Firefox kind of becoming an up-and-comer to break Internet Explorer's hold, and then for Chrome to swoop in and actually get that momentum and upswing to take over. Which some would argue, Corbin would argue, is not that great of a thing either. Okay, I can already tell I'm so far behind on comments. So, quick read. Austin, Android was meant to be a democracy, with Google being the president, Senate, and Supreme Court, and OEMs being the House. It's weirdly fitting. I like that. Uh, Beast Item. You would argue Google is the executive branch and Samsung is the legislative branch. You know, I would have reversed those. I feel like Google makes the laws. Samsung creatively chooses how to enforce them. Um and then Google also plays judicial. Maybe I don't know. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Um let's see. Uh and then, because keep in mind, executive branch almost always does stuff ahead of what the legislative branch can do, which actually literally fits the scenario of the hardware. Like Samsung comes up with dual screens, um, or oh geez, Andy Rubin's former company. What the what the hell's wrong with me that I'm missing words today? Um, I don't. Yeah. Anyway, whatever company that was, I don't care. um they came up with, they were the first phone with a notch. Like, the OEMs are the ones that, they are they are the executive branch. They do stuff, they make the things happen, and then Google kind of comes along later and says, okay, we'll make the SDK that works for everybody. So, it's clearly we need a law, we're now going to make that law. So they come up with the common API and the SDK, and they make it work. I like that. I like that system. Okay. Beast Item. I would argue Google is. Oh yeah, I read that already. Um. Uh. Okay. Stuff about RAM. That makes sense. Sometimes I forgot most people don't use flagships. I mean, most people in our circle do, but yeah, statistically speaking, which honestly, I'm not gonna lie, it surprises me how often or how big of a gap there is. Flagships make up a much smaller portion than they ever used to. There was a point in time where if you bought anything that wasn't a flagship, you were kind of a dumbass. And these days, honestly, like, tons and tons of people, I would just send them to like mid-range phones automatically, because half the time mid-range phones have, maybe not all the same cameras, but they have a main camera that is just as good as a flagship. They have processors that work really smoothly. Like, if you put a mid-range next to a flagship, a lot of times you can't like spot a difference in performance. Usually the differences are the materials going into the body of the phone, maybe the resolution of the screen, the refresh rates, maybe the amount of RAM inside. Like, the differences are there, but they're usually not like that bad. So yeah, a lot of people have really downgraded to mid-range, and they're pretty happy with them. Um uh Beside him, they can do it like Google, it changes depending on the OEM. I know you're talking about the look, and dude, no. I mean, not to hammer this point too hard, but it works for some. It would work fine for some apps. It really would. Like, there are absolutely a few apps that use totally stock controls. They don't really go into designing the app at all. And realistically, the controls, let's just hypothetically speaking, Google or somebody could make controls that would just kind of like hybrid look. They would just look native on One UI, on sort of a stock-ish device. They would look native on oh, what the hell is My UI or MIUI? whatever. Um, I guess those are two different things. MyUI and MIUI both. Uh, if ColorOS ever started looking different again, or did it ever? I don't remember. Anyway, like, yeah, that could be done, but think about all the apps that have kind of a custom look, or they've developed custom controls. Asking developers to redesign all their apps and make them look correct. Like, in some cases you're hiring designers. Imagine making designers jump through these hoops for all the different things. It doesn't make sense. And don't, make no mistake, developers have the option to do this. They absolutely have the option to do this. Or developers have the option to say, you know what, we're just going to make an app look native to One UI. They have that option. They're choosing not to because they don't want to exercise that option. And obviously some developers do. They pretty much just put their apps on the Galaxy App Store instead of the Play Store, because presumably they really only care about Samsung devices. Some of them I'm sure do put apps on the Play Store too, but few, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember the last time I saw an app styled in One UI. Though to be fair, I also don't look up a lot of apps these days. Let's see. Beside of the device, the app is being installed. Oh yeah, it makes devs work harder. Isn't a valid reason for me. I'm an end user. Those things don't matter to me. Now I will agree. You're right. You are the end user, and you don't have to care how much a dev works or if a dev works harder. I am going to say this as the counter to that. There are two counterpoints to that. One, if a dev is working harder on making your app look correct on material design, One UI, MyUI, MIUI, and whatever other things exist, that is time that they are not spending working on functional features. Most likely. I mean, some devs, I don't know, maybe they have a ton of free time and they can do all of it because they don't have anything else going on. It happens. In all likelihood, probably not. The other reason is, to put it simply, the harder devs are working on unuseful, unnecessary, like across the board differences, chances are it becomes not worth their time. And I mean financially speaking. If an app, consider the average app that goes on the Play Store. If we're being really honest here, the average app, if it collects money, it probably is only selling as many, if they're lucky, as many as 1,000 copies. That sounds very low, but honestly, really honestly, most developers that put their apps on the store trying to monetize them do not make money. They sell a couple hundred to a few thousand copies at anywhere from 99 cents to maybe $2 to $3. If they're lucky, an app that they put on the store is going to turn around maybe 10 grand. That's actually lucky. Think about the number of hours that they're putting in. If they're expected in some fashion to try to deliver all of that functionality to make it look nice on everything, and I know you only expect them to make it look nice on one thing, but then you have a bunch of people saying, well, if you did that, why aren't you doing other things? And again, I'll just throw this one at you. What if the day ever comes along that Samsung isn't the most popular device? Let's just, hypothetically speaking, Google, and by virtue of looking the same, OnePlus and a couple of others, let's say that one of them, or collectively all of them, outshine Samsung. Because remember, if Google, OnePlus, and let's say two other companies, just two other random companies, let's say they all look the same, they do all kind of come together on APIs and everything else, there aren't any big notable differences. If that day comes and every developer's like, well, we don't need to target Samsung anymore, we need to target Material, or by then guaranteed Google will have some new design language and it will have some other weird name. What happens that day? Then you're not getting your thing. Everyone will start building for Material and you're kind of out. So anyway, the core point is, or what I was getting back to is, developers have to budget their time. And at a certain point, catering to everyone's unique thing is not worth that time budget. They're usually trying to get stuff out as cheaply as possible. Let's see. You're talking about looks. APIs don't mean anything to you. I'm not gonna go down this road. I'll just say that's definitely wrong. The APIs matter more than any of this. Looks, yeah, you want everything to look the same, but trust me, you need the APIs to, you literally need them. That is not a shakeable point. Let's see. Okay. Scrolling down, those were the early days. Now there may be 2 or 3 OEMs that don't use stock or near stock. I'm both agreeing and disagreeing, because when you get to the Chinese market OEMs, yeah, that number skyrockets. And I agree. Like right now, it's pretty much Samsung's One UI, Material for Google, and all of the other stock or stock-like, close enough to stock OEMs. And honestly, I'm not even sure who else there is that's in the Western, so-called Western world. If you're not targeting China, I think you're pretty much on one of those, like, you're probably stock or near stock looking, like you're Material at this point. Is there someone else, or is there something else? I'm honestly not sure. My guess is LG was probably the last one that was kind of still its own thing, and LG's now out. But maybe I'm forgetting somebody. But when you get into China, there's a few other things, and they all really look a lot like iPhone, but they are different in ways. So it is what it is. Let's see. Austin. I was wondering if someone was going to bring this up, but we both know where the counter argument is. But yeah, BBK is definitely larger than Samsung. And strictly speaking, at least until the sanctions went up against Huawei definitely was carrying a pretty massive market share. So yeah. Let's see. David Lama. Google is also the executioner. Jeez. Austin, thank you. Essential. Andy Rubin's former company. Also, how far behind am I in comments? Oh, I guess I'm catching up pretty quick. Okay. Make app version for stock. MyMU. And One UI. That's the vast majority of devices. Pretty much all devices. Right. But then you're hiring a designer for all three, or you know, or you're hoping that you've got UI controls that can be used in all three. They're going to look right in all three. It's, dude, this is so much harder than it sounds. Especially with the and this is the moment where I'm going to just take an absolute dump on Google, especially with the absolutely absurdly shitty way that you actually have to go about developing interfaces in Android. It's really bad. I cannot stress enough how much it really sucks. And this is 100% a fault of Google's. They could have made it a lot better. They had that opportunity. They really chose not to. Believe me, I fully blame Google for this. They could have done it better. They didn't. And now we're here. For example, it is much better on an iPhone. So much better for developing for iOS, just in terms of UI. So much easier. But we're not going to go further down that road. Let's see. Austin, yep. It's tons of work. That's pretty much the rant I just gave. And what do you do for Vivo, Oppo, Realme, blah, blah, blah. They all have basically the same skins and collectively have the largest market share. Yep. Let's see. So, yeah, basically the argument here, counter to your original point, is if developers are going to target what is standard, they should be targeting Material as opposed to One UI, because collectively Material is still the dominant. At least depending on which markets you choose to include. If you choose to include China, Material wins. If you're choosing to exclude China because of whatever rationale, Samsung wins, I think. Actually, do they? Now that I think about it, I don't know that. Not anymore. Worldwide smartphone market share. Okay, let's see. Samsung is in the blue here at the very bottom. So Samsung makes up just under a quarter of the world's devices, with Apple also coming in the silver above it. So collectively, neither one of them accounts for it. Even putting them together, let's presume for a second that somehow that would matter. Even putting them together, they don't actually account for 50%. Okay, well, that kind of ends that discussion. So let's see. Okay, but arguing that developers should just target the top 2 or 3 UI styles. I mean, I will come back to saying it again. It would be nice if that was a thing. Like, I'm sure more people would be happy with that. It's just, in terms of time and expense, it is just so completely unrealistic for most developers. It's nice to say that a few more people would buy their apps, but you got to figure, in order to do this, the average app, just hypothetically speaking, the average app, in order to redesign it or to add what is necessary to make it look native in a particular different UI, is probably going to be somewhere to the tune of, for most developers, assuming that they're just using pretty stock controls also, this is probably going to be no less than about 2 to 3 days worth of time, give or take. And I'm assuming not just a super simple app. I'm assuming here something that has a few screens to it. It's probably going to have, assuming some animation. I mean, we're not talking just totally generic, something that you could throw together where you don't have to pay attention at all. We're talking something where you have some animation, some design to it. It's going to be 2 to 3 days worth of work, probably more if they did a lot of animation and nice looking stuff, and that's per UI style. So consider, how many more sales are they going to make? Are they going to make like 10 more, or are they going to make 100 more? Are they, at a bare minimum, you probably need to make at least like 50 to 100 more sales to justify the amount of time that you would sink into it. And remember, it's not just the one time. Every update that you add something to the UI, you're probably going to be making changes to this stuff. So each UI change is going to take 3 times as long if you're supporting 3 different UI styles. Well, maybe not. It kind of depends, but it's still going to take longer. Let's see. It doesn't have to be Samsung as it stands now. Most apps don't follow design cues of the 5 most used devices. Well, yeah, that part's entirely true, but that's mostly because a lot of apps don't. A lot of developers do not do design at all. They don't give a crap. You understand that APIs are necessary, but as an end user, APIs are a dev concern, not an end user concern. I know what you're saying, but at the same time, I feel like there's no way that I can explain this where it's going to come across. But fundamentally, it's going to keep coming back to, if you have 2 different phone manufacturers, each one has decided that they're just going to implement APIs completely differently. Not only do the developers have to deal with those differences, and there would be differences there. In some cases, it would be as simple as just like 2 branches of code, which would be ugly but not necessarily a big problem. But it would also involve more debugging. To make matters worse, when people go into the Play Store and report, we're not talking about actual bug reporting, we're talking just leaving reviews. If someone leaves a review that indicates that there's a bug in a particular thing, you don't know what device they're coming from. You literally don't get the information you need to be able to solve the problem they have. So if Samsung were to, just for example, let's say Samsung implements this thing where you when you're selecting text, it has some clever thing where it looks at the amount of text that's in the box, and maybe it comes up with a neat trick where it tries to intelligently select what it's gonna grab, like by the sentence or by a function, I don't know, anything like that. And then let's say OnePlus decides, hey, that's a really neat idea, we're going to do that, but ours is going to be a little bit different, and our API is definitely different, but it accomplishes something very similar, and our version of it maybe is easier for developers to use. This is a dumb hypothetical, but we're going to go with it. Then somebody is like, hey, this thing breaks, and it does a stupid thing where sometimes, like, It only selects one word when it should actually be selecting like a whole sentence. And no matter how many times I try to do it right, it just doesn't work. They leave that as a review. What the hell do you do with that? You can't fix it. You don't know which phone it's doing this on. I mean, you could go buy every phone that someone might be using, but that doesn't work out so well. This is why APIs matter. You need consistency in this stuff. If you don't have consistency, that shit breaks instantly. Anyway, so Beast Item, does China even use the Play Store? No, it does not. But that doesn't mean that they don't still follow design cues and various other things that have become popularized in the Western world. And Austin, quote, no, but all of those OEMs exist outside of China too with Play services. Yeah, that one's a little hit and miss. Not all of them exist outside of China. Most of them do, but it's real iffy whether they send phones out, and even when they do, not all of them actually include Play services. Keep in mind, there are a few that sell to parts of Europe without Play services. But let's be honest, we don't really care. We don't care about that group. Oh, I just realized. Yep. When I looked up market share, I bet someone's going to point this out in comments below. When I looked up market share, I forgot to share the screen. So, whoops. There we go. So, that's, at least according to Counterpoint, Samsung there in the blue is hovering right in the 20% territory, with Apple hovering in the sometimes as high as 21%, usually more in like the mid to mid-teens for the last several quarters. Anyway, let's see. Isn't the new APK package? Yeah, one iOS, you don't really have any choices for UI. Okay, I'm not sure about the APK package, but okay. Diablo, the Material U to me is not super drastic. Those videos shown are never going to be realistic. Like, remember that Google Play Music concept? Yeah, Material U is... Here's the deal. Material U suffers from exactly the same problem as early material design. Early material design. Let's just... Sure, we're just going to use this as an example. I'm just going to say everything you see in this video here. I'm curious how many apps ever had this level of animation. Anything close to it. Some Google apps do. Some of them. Most don't. Most Google apps do not even do this. And that's Google's apps. This is a company that has money to throw at the problem. And they never, ever went this far with it. So, to be fair, this is already a fantasy land. The notion that developers are going to make time to try to cover multiple looks it's just so optimistic. They don't do it. How much more is... Okay, we can keep going. I'll let that finish. Also, so much of this stuff would look terrible if it was actually in an app. I don't think people realize how bad this would actually look if apps were animated to the level that this video makes it look like they would be. Like, some of these interactions, like on the individual interactions, make sense. But holy crap, with so much shit moving around, this would look terrible. Anyway, let's see. Beast item, yes, small devs maybe get a pass, but a lot of apps come from huge companies, or a, I may be adding a word there that I shouldn't be, but yeah, I believe me, I'll side with you on that one. It, you know, larger companies usually do have usually have the scalable option to do more stuff. I would counter that with start listing all the apps from larger companies and tell me how many of them even do material design at all or try to do it well. It's not very many. Most of them actually do their own custom designs that look very different from everything, or or they just look crappy everywhere. I mean, it happens a lot. Let's see. Evernote was very much it did its own thing kind of look. Um, Facebook has its own design language that is very much like, well, you know what? I'm going to quickly just look up Facebook because even as I'm saying I'm realizing, wait, maybe I'm talking out my ass on this one. Yeah, Facebook, ew. God, Facebook is so ugly. Um, is it maybe because I'm in dark theme? Would this look less terrible in light theme? Facebook is basically a bit of a hybrid between Material and good old Hollow. And it's ugly no matter how you look at it. God, it's such an ugly app. Oh, hey, I've got new friend recommendations. Any bets that these are people that... Oh, nope, that one's not a fake account. That's not a fake account. I don't know any of these people, but hey, look at that. These are... Well, technically that is an account with someone's boob hanging out, but it's breastfeeding, so, you know, not actually the type of not the type of account that Facebook recommends to me just about every other day. I that feels special. Anyway, but yeah, small devs, big devs. I mean, there's a lot that already don't follow any particular design. Let's see, Austin. So our school app, which is basically just a map and list of class schedules, ran 200,000 for initial development. Hold on. Water's not enough, y'all. That one required 200,000. This face brought to you by a man who wants to drink some Bacardi. What the fudge factor? 200,000. Wow. Hell, I would have done it. I would have done it for, let's see. Yeah, I would have done it for a quarter of that. I would have happily done it. Now, I'd have to see what's required, but I bet I'd be willing to have done that for 50,000. Oh boy. Anyway, and about a year after publication, you took it over internally. It was a huge waste of money. The internally developed version is 10 times better, but the cost isn't really able to be calculated. Yeah. Yeah, cost is hard to justify, or hard to determine once it comes in house. Um, be slight him. Don't You don't see how APIs have to change just to change how the app looks. Why can't you use the same APIs but change how the app looks? That's what I'm saying. You have to have the same APIs, but if OEMs are doing their own things and not sticking to a standard, then you don't have the same APIs. That's literally, and we're talking specifically that they would be changing the APIs because they want to. Like this, my premise is that is a situation they would create. That's why I'm saying those things have to stay the same, because the APIs have to stay the same. Technically, I will throw in, there is a little bit of a crossover here, because for built-in functions, this is where you could have, this is where it can differ. Built-in functionality, like, trying to think of a good example of this. Here's just a, it's not a good one. It's just the first thing that's coming to mind. Let's say for a second that every phone has the notion of tiles in the in the notification shade, which every phone basically does. But you know, it's the classic. Oh, I guess I should get into the right share. But yeah, tiles. You know, every phone has some notion of this. And they're all basically the same right now. Imagine for a second that they weren't. Imagine for a second that Samsung decided, no, we want to have tiles, but we want to do this other functionally different thing. They would have to add a different API for this, and that would be different. Now, obviously, presumably there would be other. Oh, actually, I've got a better example of this. I should have thought of this sooner. But that's the type of scenario where you do get a different API. A better example would be, imagine for a second, Google says, okay, we want to have light mode and dark mode. Or light theme, dark theme, however you want to say it. And Samsung comes along and says, okay, we get what you're going for here, but we don't like that. We actually want, and this is a stupid hypothetical, but bear with me. We want light mode, dark mode, driving mode, and I don't know, high contrast, like sunset mode, like when the light makes it really hard to see what's on your phone screen, but it's also kind of it's not daytime light. Or maybe like bedtime mode, where it's not dark theme, it could still be kind of light theme, but it cuts out certain light. I don't know. Point is, it would be different themes that change throughout the day and circumstances, stuff like that. That's where they would add a different API. And that API, if developers were to implement it, would affect the UI. Now again, these are limited scenarios, but I'm really just hitting on the point that APIs need to stay the same, which again, that's that earlier discussion about foreground wake locks. That is entirely an API situation. The APIs need to stay the same because otherwise apps break. It doesn't change anything about how they look. It changes how they work. Samsung, regardless of whether or not you can turn it back on, Samsung broke that rule. They violated that trust, plain and simple. So they broke API compatibility. Maybe not in a way that's going to cause immediate crashing, which is usually what happens when you break API compatibility. They broke it in a way that's going to cause apps to behave unusually. So that's what happens with APIs. That's why APIs need to stay the same and behave the same. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I just saw Kirby's message, which I'm skipping down a little bit. But late stream, not really. It's pretty common I run to at least 5 o'clock, if not longer, on a Wednesday stream. So even by that standard, I still have about 20 minutes. And we'll see. I have my throat is getting a little bit raw, but I still got a bit left in me, I think. Though, man, we really have stayed on the same topic for a long time. So I'm going to see if I can't hammer through and catch up, and then let's see if we can bring up other topics. Oh, and you posted a link. Thank you, actually, for posting this, because I feel like I don't even really know what One UI looks like. I mean, I've seen it, but I feel like it's a little unfamiliar to me. Okay, tiles look basically identical. The widgets, these widgets are, I mean, they're widgets. So, widgets get styled however they're going to get styled. I don't know I don't know many developers that even so bother with widgets, which is kind of bad and good at the same time. This is their default music player, which actually has nothing to do with UI. The apps actually just provide... The apps tell the music player what buttons there are going to be, and the buttons are provided by the app. Or, sorry, by the system. So it's kind of like Android Auto in that way. Let's see. This... these rounded controls, actually, that's a little similar to what Google just did with the newer version of, or with Android 12's volume thing, except Android 12's volume thing is like 2.5 times fatter, wider, which is weird. It looks so bad. These look fine. Like this is a reasonable width for them. Google's is just weird. Let's see. And the settings app, I mean, it is what it is. The only real difference I see in the settings app between what most people do is this is rounded corners that also reaches all the way to the edge. It doesn't really strike me as being that big of a difference from what most app developers are doing. Just most of them typically either use squared corners or the items in a list don't reach the edges. I don't know. That's not really that big of a difference to me. Design guidelines. Components are probably our main thing here. I don't consider color to be that big of a hot topic. That top thing looks like material. Current-ish material. Menus, instead of being squared off, One UI goes with rounded menus. That, I think, is actually kind of a system decision. Okay, let's see. Also, quickly catching up on comments. I'm gonna bounce between the two a little bit. Diablo, they need Liam hired on each team to help. My God, that would be an interesting thing to see. Austin, because animations look cool in presentations, but in practicality, you only want shuttle and few animations. Not sure if that was a typo, but yeah, basically you really don't want a lot of animations in an app. You want it's one thing to have like that shared control thing that they used to show off, where like you're a you would tap on something and it would the whole screen would move except for that one thing, or that one thing would move to a different part of the screen and take over. Like that kind of thing made it was sometimes cool, and it was a huge pain to develop. By the way, that was not a good design decision from a development standpoint. But yeah, there's too many animations just make an app look really bad. Um, let's see. It drove me nuts on iOS. Tons of super long animations everywhere. Yeah. Yeah, iOS gets crap for that all the time and deserves every bit of it. It really, really, they got that wrong. Um, Stop bragging you have friends, Cody. Uh, has dark theme ruined app software design? I mean, I feel like it made it uglier. Dark theme is never prettier. I agree, it hurts. It doesn't hurt the eyes, but it's never prettier. Uh, let's see. Diablo, the school just increased gym fees that you don't use. Oh, that you don't use. Yeah. Oh, also, I will say dark theme. It has made people argue about UIs more, and all because some people can't agree on whether or not the dark theme should be perfect black or like just very dark gray. B-slide on I feel like most people's friends list is inflated. You're at only 300 plus, but actually know everyone on the friends list. You know people with thousands of friends. I think I don't accept very many friends on Facebook. I get tons of friend recommendations and I get friend requests fairly often, but I don't actually accept very many. Let's see, where is the count? Where are they? Total friend count is 184. Let's see. Is there anything you can't be allowed to see? Um, yeah, there is the friend count. Oh, wait, transition. Oh, and gotta zoom that up. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, 184 friends. And do I know this? Actually, I hate to say it, I don't actually know all of them. They're not in like a bad number, but there are about a handful of the people in my friends list that either I just really don't. Okay, I think there's about 2 to 3 that I actually legitimately have no idea who they are. I'm not really sure how they ended up on the friends list. I don't remember them at all. And there are about 2 or 3 that at some point I met them somewhere. We talked. We decided, hey, you should get in touch with me, contact me, something like that. And what method are we going to use? Oh, let's just friend on Facebook. And then for whatever reason, we literally never talked again, and I just haven't gotten around to removing them. But anyway, yeah. I also make an adamant point of not using Facebook that much. Let's see. Anyway, we'll close that before somebody starts doxing random people out of those photos. Let's see. All right. This thing loves to jump. Okay. Austin, man, college is really 90% of a scam. God, these days it really is. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm an adamant believer in higher education. I do think it is really, really valuable to a lot of people. It helps. I certainly, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of complaints about my college, but I also look back on it and I think it was fantastic for teaching a lot of programming skill. It was fantastic for getting getting some acclimation to what real programming would be like, though I would also argue it was terrible at this. Just different perspective or different forms of the same argument get different reactions. Um but yeah, man, the amount of money you pay into college, it's dumb. Colleges need to, if anything, colleges really need to have the they need a cost correction. Anyway, let's see. Diablo, wait, isn't it like Messages app? It's using a special package or side server to change the look. Um, okay, so the Messages app just includes it just includes the any different resources that they need to make the app look different on a Samsung phone. It's, as far as I understand it, a it's not an appreciably different app. Um, Beside them, no, they aren't. Tile are much different on Samsung devices. I mean, in terms of looks, let's see. All right, well, I'll just go back here. I mean, if we're talking tiles, the icons are different. The exact colors are different. I mean, I guess the icon styles are a little different-ish. Like airplane mode's icon is almost identical. A fair number of these are actually pretty close. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Diablo, more automations, please. Yeah. If anything, Android really does need automations. Like a better form of automation. Um it's one of the things where Samsung said we're not doing that. Same goes for the task switcher. Yeah, I don't know. Curvy. Oh, curvy. Yeah, stream running late compared to last week. Well, last week was also, I think, 10 degrees hotter outside. The heat was, it was a real problem. It was a very, very real problem. Lack of sleep was also a factor there. I still have the lack of sleep, but it is way cooler. It's still hot in here. It's actually getting hot. It's getting pretty hot now, but it's so different. Um hey, I'm actually caught up to comments enough that it's all still on one screen now. Um let's see. Anyway, the layouts part is interesting to keep viewing and interacting area space. Yeah. One UI, most of it was or it was to fix reachability. Uh at one time, yes. Is that still true? Beside him, you like AMOLED black for dark mode, the gray sucks. And this is where we've talked about this too many times. It all depends on whether or not you've got a screen that shows blacks without streaking, because that streaking looks really bad. And yes, I fully acknowledge this is a thing where if you used either cheap displays or the wrong company's displays, LG, cough cough, yeah, streaking is a problem. Samsung got this thing down. No denying it. Samsung's displays are better. Everyone knows this. The issue that doesn't change though, that I'd rather have gray on a screen that's going to streak than I want to have black. Simple. So for me, gray is better. And keep in mind, we're also still talking about a gray that is so freaking dark. Most people can barely even tell the difference unless their brightness is turned up to max. But hey, it is what it is. Let's see. They function differently. What happens when you tap the words underneath? Okay, it's very notable. What you're describing is not a difference in look. What you're describing there is a difference in function. That is a change to the API. To an extent. Technically, this isn't a change to the API because it is a functional difference that is imposed by the system. It's not actually a functional change, depending on what it does. So if an app can add a tile, which is a bit of an if, I guess. If an app can add a tile that responds to the tap of the word, and it can respond in a consistent, or if it can respond, not in a consistent way, but it can respond in a way that it chooses, that would be a change to the API. The existing API does not have that. And if Samsung is doing it, then they're changing APIs. Now, it's a small change. It's a change that developers might be willing to implement on their own, but it is a change. And that's where a lot of people would get angry at it. Typically only with a bigger change. Again, this is possibly a small thing, but it is a factor to be aware of. Okay, let's... Alright, I see the video. Okay, I'm watching the video B-Slide uploaded to the RambleCast chat room. It's tough to tell from looking at that, but I'm getting the impression that it looks like, I'm just kind of guessing here, it looks like tapping the word opens the long press menu. So, okay, so to be clear, what I mean by that is, on a Pixel phone right now, for example, if I pull down the tiles, let's quickly make sure I'm on the, yep, I need to switch scenes. Okay, so just for example, does anything happen if I tap the word? Okay, tapping the word is exactly like tapping the button. Okay, so if I long press on Wi-Fi, yep, if I long press on Wi-Fi, it opens the Wi-Fi page. Now, Samsung has changed one behavior of this, but it's not an API change. What they changed is, instead of opening a full screen page, they're popping up a kind of hovering dialogue. These are behavioral changes, but they're not API changes, at least from the look of it. I'm guessing. Apps can add tiles. Okay, I expected they'd be able to. And assuming that they have the same level of control over what happens if you tap the word, the title of the tile, I'm guessing long press takes you to the settings, leaves the app you were in. okay, what is the situation with an app that adds a tile? That's the question mark here. Because, and the reason I ask that way is because the system tiles, they're system tiles. System tiles could be implemented differently using a private API. They can behave in a unique way that the regular tiles in Android cannot. So, are there any tiles added by other apps that are not Samsung apps? Are there any tiles where long press gets you a different result than tapping on the title of the tile? There's a lot of qualifying language there, but that's the distinction, because I'm my suspicion is because an app can set what happens if you long press, I believe. Now I need to double check that because I'm like 90% certain it does, but okay, that one goes to app info. Let's try a different app. Let's see. That one also goes to app info. It's occurring to me I don't have a whole lot of stuff installed on this. That one does nothing? It doesn't seem right. Yeah, all these go to app info. Maybe they don't have that option. I don't know what PIA is. Anyway, so it depends on what those apps can do. Because the system apps are going to have special treatment. That's normal. Even Google was giving special treatment to the Wi-Fi app for a long time. I don't know if it still has special treatment of any kind, but it used to have its own unique implementation that was different from everything else. But whether or not third-party apps can add this behavior on Samsung, that changes it. Okay, watching a new video. Okay, this one, man, I don't know if that's going to screw stuff up going full screen like that. I can't really make out what's happening in this. Oh, okay. So if you tap the title, it does nothing. Long press takes you to app info. Okay, so I'm thinking, I mean, it's so tough to say, but I have a funny feeling apps don't have control over their title. Though, to be fair, it's possible that particular one just doesn't. Like, who knows? Maybe some apps just don't implement anything. Let's see. Diablo says on Android 12, it might work differently. Technically, with Android 12, we no longer have titles that you can tap separately from the button. Now you only have long press. Single tap and long press. So, yeah, not a lot of options there. And yeah, long press still goes to app info. Let's see. So yeah, system apps or system tiles are always going to be different though. Let's see. So shit. it just shows us expectations for different OEMs and their devices is a tiny learning curve. Oh, it doesn't do anything. It connects to the VPN. So that would be the same as tapping the button. Or tapping the tile. Or does tapping the tile do something other than connect to the VPN, which I highly doubt. The whole point is until otherwise proven, the question is how many functions are allowed, or can an app on a Samsung phone add functionality to tapping or long pressing that is not going to fit into either going to the app info screen or being the same as tapping the tile. There we go. That's what it comes down to. Can an app add a different function to occur that is not either going to app info or being the same as tapping the button? That's the way to phrase it. And again, this is separate from system apps. System apps are they are their own thing. Diablo, hope Beta 3 has some good changes. Agreed. I kind of don't think it will. I've got a really, really strong feeling that we've seen almost as much as Android 12 has for us. There's still going to be some UI changes. We know that. We expect that. Outside of that, though, I really have a strong feeling Android 12, we've gotten as much as we're going to get. From here on out, it's going to be pretty much what we expect, or what we've seen. Now that I'm here, all right, type that in. That's all good. Okay. Okay, I think I have enough. I think my throat has enough left in me for one other topic. Now that we have really, man, I'll tell you, I thought this OnePlus story was going to be the quickest, most boring thing to talk about. And it has now turned into the tangent of all tangents. Largely thanks to don'tkillmyapp.com, a site all of us kind of disrespect, which turned into the epic ramble. How does that happen? How I ask. Oh, for anyone who comes back and watches this watches this later, man, they're going to they're really going to be confused. Oh, Diablo. You know what would be great? No way would I actually spend the money for this, but can you imagine if I went on to whatever that site is? Imagine if Bruce Buffer or his brother, either one, imagine if either one of them were willing to do their thing, but for Ramble. Austin, it's been a really slow news cycle since I/O. It in terms of Google, it really has been. Or rather, in terms of Android, it has been. Stuff has happened, but it really has been a very minimal thing. We went longer than normal fights. Yeah, we really did. Though, to be fair, boxing matches go on for freaking ever. Or at least maybe it's just that they feel that way. When's the last time you watched a boxing match and thought, oh, this is still interesting 10 minutes in? I mean, UFC matches can last easily more than 10 minutes, and even with those, like, I can still keep watching. Boxing is just so freaking dull. I'm just half waiting for someone to argue with me on this. Or watch as the viewer count just suddenly like plummets. Let's see. Damn it. Really quick. For no reason whatsoever, this is bothering me, but Bruce Buffer brother, Michael Buffer. Okay. Michael Buffer is the guy who would always do boxing matches. Bruce Buffer is the one who would do UFC. Yeah. Anyway. Let's see. Out of curiosity, what is that service? Is it Cameo? That's for personalized videos. Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay, so that's a video, obviously with audio attached, but yeah, this doesn't work. That part does not work for me. Responds in 3 hours. That's quick. Okay. How about Michael Buffer? Oh, wait. We have him for $350. Yeah. Also not happening. And he would be technically the correct one. It'd be fun, but I'm not gonna do $350 to get that. Not right now. Not at the current level of fame that I have, which is basically none. I would need a little more. Also, I'm going to close these in the offhand, or rather, I'm going to change back to this. In the offhand chance that that these guys would, or that someone's going to like send a DMCA strike. Oh my God, you showed our videos. Let's see. Our attention spans all changed. So actually, not that this is really a topic. By the way, if anyone has a topic, go for it. But oh, Patreon goal. That actually wouldn't be the worst idea. But our attention spans have all changed. I completely agree. And on that note, I feel like it's worth pointing out, I genuinely believe that that is the reason why football has completely overtaken baseball as what I would call America's sport. Because seriously, baseball it's sporadic activity. It's very slow. You can actually have entire massive chunks of a game go by with zero activity. You literally can have a pitcher pitch what is supposed to be one of the most exciting things possible, a no-hitter. And think about it. The most exciting thing that can happen is also the most boring thing that can happen. So, yeah, baseball has built-in boredom. It's actually part of the rules and is part of the goal to make it as boring as possible. The only exciting time is when a hit happens. So, then you look at football and it's like there's tons of activity. The rules actually build in basically a point saying, hey, you can have a timeout, but even your timeouts are very limited. They have to be short. And they're really only good for commercial breaks. After that, bullshit. No, we're gonna go back to the game. Like, you do not get any break beyond like a short few seconds. Like, once that's up, we're right back in this thing. Like, it is activity time. So yeah, football, it caters to the fact that we have a short attention span. Uh, Baseball, not so much. Uh, David Lama, you like boxing more? UFC's too brutal. I would argue. I feel like they're both brutal enough, but I get what you're saying. UFC, when someone gets in there and starts like hammering on someone with their elbow, yeah, it's brutal. Um, Beast Item, boxing is dead. UFC's where it's at. I you know, I will. I'm gonna say this, but it's almost mocking boxing. But you can tell boxing's not dead because all the YouTubers and TikTokers are now boxing. That's their thing these days. If you want to see a bunch of untrained or barely trained a-holes that you kind of love to hate get up and give each other love taps for a little while, you can. That's what boxing has become. The almost violent sport that YouTubers and TikTokers do when they don't want to sustain actual injuries but make it seem like they could. You can tell I don't have a lot of respect for. Well, I have sufficient respect for boxing. I think it's boring. I don't want to watch it, but I have at least respect for it. I don't have respect for the people who are doing it these days. Anyway. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. I'm actually caught up on reading. I'm fully caught up on reading now. I almost honestly didn't know if it was going to happen tonight. Um let's see. So anyway, what else do we have? Do we have Wait, what the hell? Hey, someone's trying to break into my Instagram account. That's interesting. Oh, wait. I don't want to do it in that tab. I'm getting emails right now that someone is trying to reset my password. So that's fishy. Okay, real quick. We're just gonna dip in here. Take a quick look-see to see. Oh yeah, they're not guessing this. Do I have... let's see. Do I have 2FA enabled? I don't think I do, but maybe I do. I'm meaning to go back through and make sure it's enabled on everything. I have it on Facebook. I don't know if... I think my Instagram account should be on the same thing. But it's possible that it might not be. I really never checked into how that works. Oh, hey. I don't have it enabled. Well, No time like the present, fam. Okay, well, let's prepare to add. Turning on authentication app is not supported in the web now. Sorry for any fucking morons. How can they be that stupid? Do I really have to go through the app to do this? I mean, you're not about to get my rage face, but I want to make one. Okay. Get switching. Whoa. Wow. Comments rolled in. The Google Suite beside a map. Your Apple TV runs out on the 19th. I have to watch all the things before the trial expires. In case you missed my recommendation and my previous recommendation, For All Mankind, pretty good. It gets creative. It might be kind of hard to get into the first couple episodes, but it was really good. What is the other thing I just watched? Ted Lasso. I don't think it's as good as people were making out to be. It's still good, but like, it's all right. Let's see. Someone stole an Instagram. Austin, someone stole your Instagram account like a year ago and you don't care. I mean, David Lama, to be fair, who uses Instagram on the web? I feel so judged. Carson, back from NYC, what happened? Holy crap, wait. Dude, you're just joining. Okay. Facebook takes your privacy and security seriously. It does not. How's the Google store? Yeah, actually, yes. How was the Google store? It was neat, but obviously, as someone who already knows almost everything about the products, it was a little weird. I believe you. Oh yeah, did you quiz him? That's actually a good one. The products room showcased the products very well. Yes, was it busy? That's actually a great question. And I know that this is a dumb thing to ask, but did you go in and play Stadia? Austin. Okay, Austin, you bring up something. I've said this so many times. I want to live in New York for 9 months out of the year. I always say 9 months. I'm sure it would actually be more like 8. But I've said it so many times. I want to live in New York from fall through spring. I do not want to be there in the summer because famously New York in the summer stinks so bad. And I mean, there are multiple reasons it kind of smells, but the biggest one obviously being like they are not good about their trash. They have a problem with trash sitting out and really creating a stench, which is a completely different reason than the reason that San Francisco smells so bad in the summer. That is 100% because way too many people pee on the streets. Yeah. I really dig NYC in I've been there only in the fall. I really liked it. There's not a problem with smell. In fact, it actually smelled just fine. I was there in, I think it was early October, maybe it was late September. I don't quite remember. That was not meant to be a rhyme. It was just coincidence. But yeah, I went there years and years ago with my ex. We we were there about a week. We stayed in Manhattan. It was really, really overpriced for a hotel, especially a hotel that sucked. To this day, I'm actually really pissed that she picked the place she did because it was so bad. We literally, no joke, got into our first room and the floor was wet. And we asked. Apparently, they had not like shampooed the floor or cleaned it recently. The whole the and it was a carpeted, so the whole carpet was just wet. To this day, or well, not that we talk about it anymore, but we never understood why. They didn't seem to understand why. And they at one point when we told them this, they literally gave us the "you must be wrong" attitude. And it's like, "No, we're definitely not wrong. Send a fucking bellhop up there or something. Go check the goddamn room. I guarantee carpet wet." So they gave us another room, which took a weirdly long time, and they were dicks about it the whole way through. It was not a good experience, and the hotel, like the room was the size of a sardine can. It was bad. It was so bad, and that was, I don't remember how much, but it was, I think 200 and something a night, or maybe it was 300 and something a night. It was stupid overpriced. Yeah, anyway. Let's see. Curvy using remote play on Steam, so pseudo cloud gaming. Yeah, pretty much. Uh Carson did check out the Stadia rooms. It worked. Yeah. Um let's see. You'll be there in Austin will be there in 10 days and dreading it. Yeah, middle of July. No, for real, that's going to suck. The best thing, I'm like half joking about this but also half not. The best thing, during COVID, you have a really solid excuse to wear a mask. Like seriously, just put on a mask. I know it's hot, it's going to be uncomfortable, but the mask will actually protect you from a good chunk of the stink that will come off of the garbage. Take advantage of that excuse to just straight mask up and block out what you can. Um let's see, Carson, it felt like putting Stadia in its own room made it hidden for people just walking through the store. I could see that. That would be a bit of a problem. Like part of me thinks it would be good because you don't want the sounds, the game sounds to be distracting and annoying, but the counterpoint, yeah, it really would hide it. Um would have been better if it had been in the main space. Hmm. Austin, you've never had a pleasant stay in New York. And you've been set up in some pretty expensive hotels. I feel like the hotels in New York just generally aren't good. Not unless you're in the like true hardcore swanky, like just massive over the top hotels. And at that point, if you're having a problem with those, you're having problems. Though to be fair, I stayed in one of those in San Diego. Actually, I think it was the same year. If I remember correctly, I think my ex and I went to San Diego and then like a few weeks later went to New York, or maybe it was the other way around. Anyway, yeah, went to some place in San Diego that was super expensive, and holy crap, it was one of the worst hotel stays I've ever had. It, at least in part because it was already an over the top really expensive place, And frankly, aside from like the furnishings, it didn't justify it. The bed was really uncomfortable. A lot of things about the room were not good. They weren't very comfortable. It was a bit of a larger room, which was nice, but it was so packed full of crap that it you had about as much space as a small room. And then came the real clincher, which is that nowhere did they tell you that their parking garage was charged, like that you would get billed for parking in their garage. And when we were checking out, I think it was like after a 3-day stay or something, the parking garage added up to more than the cost of one night. So 3 nights in the parking garage added up to one full night staying in the hotel, which is like, so I think it ended up being like, I don't know, it was somewhere around $100 or something just for parking, and it's like, guys, no, fuck you. Um, Sometimes the more that you pay, the less you get. Yeah, exactly. Um, and considering, I mean, not to hammer this point in maybe the wrong way, but it was even more insulting because honestly, if I had known, I would have straight up parked on the street. There was street parking not that far away, and it would have been so easy just to park there. Wait a second, we did not spend 3 nights there. Maybe it was 2 nights. Because I think we got there kind of late one night and then stayed the next night and then left. Um, yeah, yeah. The mass transit, God, I love mass transit when it's available. Don't get me wrong, I've got complaints about it too, but when I was, that's honestly one of the things I like most about New York. And I know most people would look at me and think I'm crazy when I say this. As a tourist, I feel like it was one of the greatest accomplishments to go to New York and figure out not just how to read the maps and the guides and everything in the subway system. I figured that stuff out. It took a couple days to kind of really wrap my head around all of it. But then at a certain within a week, I was already pulling the okay, so in order to get to this place, we hop this train, hop onto this platform, jump on this train. Like I could pin down the entire process really, really smoothly. I feel like that's not something most people can say. I was pretty happy about that. Um, I really don't think most people could say that. Um, the New York subways are super handy and organized pretty well. They really are, especially considering, I mean, really think about New York was already very built up when those subways were added. Like that is one of the bigger accomplishments. It's not like they took an area and decided, "Hey, we can kind of tear down a lot of stuff and change a lot of stuff. Uh so let's kind of do that, and then we'll build some subways in." Like that's what they did with they had the freedom to do that with LA. And ironically, LA's subways basically are dead. And they had a chance to do those right. And they just didn't. New York, they really had to work to make that happen. And it was not an easy process. And they got it to work. And it came out so well. Um, let's see. The stations can be pretty gross and musty, but the actual trains are relatively clean. Uh, yeah, yeah. Actually, I would agree with that. That was my experience. Um, when I was there, Did y'all see the big rat video? I mean, which one? I feel like there's a lot. Uh, but yeah, David, you like the transit but wouldn't do it on a vacation. You did it for work travel to Atlanta, but I am not spending half my time figuring out transit during my vacation. Um, so for the for me, okay, so we were staying in Manhattan when I went there. Um, Staying in Manhattan, you have you have three choices. You can either at that time, keep in mind Uber did not exist yet. It was a long way from coming into any notion of existence. At that time, your choices were walk everywhere, which holy crap, like you're already going to do a lot of walking even if you're taking taxis or subways. But walking everywhere was just not going to work. It's way too far to try to walk anywhere if you're just walking and trying to get to places and doing stuff. Option two was take taxis, which is expensive and honestly not that quick. Like I took a few taxis while I was there. Like we had specific circumstances, and I started figuring out how long it would take if we had taken the subways. And every single time that we took taxis, it's like, yeah, it's faster, but all we're shaving off is a couple of minutes. Traffic was usually busy enough that the taxis ended up sitting in traffic a lot, and that doesn't really do you much good. I mean, I there were literally times that I walked past taxis, and like you could tell you had walked far enough that you were a block ahead by the time they caught up to you. Um, okay. I see this video floating into the RambleCast. Holy crap. What? That is so fake looking. That looks super fake. The thing was not right side up. It was on its side, and then it looks like it gets tugged back in. Yeah, I think that's fake. Something's fishy about that. Um let's see. But yeah, anyway, I don't know why, and also keep in mind this is just how my brain works. I like figuring things out. I like the puzzles. Um so yeah, I don't know. I liked figuring out the New York subways. Something about it was fun for me. Um let's see. Austin, come to Baltimore. It's too dangerous to walk most places. The subways are bad. Like you'll probably see someone just whip it out and piss in the subway car. It's not interconnected to DC either. Okay, so as far as subway car, or as far as that goes, dude, San Francisco, man. Their trains stay pretty clean, but their stations get pretty really iffy. Not a fan of San Francisco for that. Really not a fan of San Francisco for that. Um the big rat is by its by. Huh. Okay. Um, it's by its back legs the whole time. I mean, I get that, but I don't see the rat turning upright. It looks. It looks like it just gets pulled back under the dumpster. As if, like, its tail is connected to something bigger that pulls it under. And then the nose sticks out and wiggles a couple times, and then it just vanishes back underneath. Something does not look right there. I don't know. I almost want to. The small rat's eating it. It's in his mouth. Um, or it's being eaten. Yeah. Um, okay, sorry. I'm rewatching this thing again. So, am I missing, or are you saying that there are two rats? Oh, I guess there are. Okay, that is huge. I still, part of me wonders if that's fake. It'd be so easy to fake that. It'd be super, super easy to fake that. I don't know. I'm incredulous. Am I using that right? I might not be, but still. Um, let's see. Carson, when you visited Baltimore for like 1 to 2 days, I remember cars would barely even stop for pedestrians crossing the road. Yeah, I've been in a lot of places like that. That's not uncommon. Go to Vegas. If you're anywhere not on the strip, holy crap, you're gonna get bowled over. Um, let's see. Diablo. Public transportation and walking is non-existent in Houston. That's not surprising. This is, man, I'm not trying to make this a political thing, but it is worth saying. Red states don't really do public transit. I mean, they might have buses, but name another red state that has public, like, really any other kind of public transit. It just doesn't happen. I mean, I'm sure there's, you could maybe count literal trains, like not subway trains, but full size trains. Like, if you wanted to count that, I guess you could, but yeah, they're just, red states do not like public transit. It's a thing. Whereas almost every blue state has fairly good public transit. Um, let's see. I'm really trying to think of any that have it. Like, almost every blue state I can think of has public transit somewhere. Maybe not well represented, but hell, even Oregon. Oregon is actually famous for having one of the better public transit systems, or one of the cleanest public transit systems up in Portland. And like, every blue state seems to have at least some good public transit somewhere. One good city, if not multiple. Hell, actually, I would say California is possibly the worst. Because the BART is okay, but it's kind of crummy. That's the one that's in the Bay Area. And then, again, LA. LA doesn't have public transit, which is stupid. They need it. They have lots and lots of buses, but that's about it. Wow, managed to totally make that uneven. Also, crime rate has gone through the roof in Houston. Okay, I actually want to ask you about this. You say crime rate has gone through the roof. I I have seen. Let's see. Do I want to try to find where this was? I don't think I do. Uh, there was some right wing advocate who was hyping up the fact that the crime rate in 5 of the bluer cities has gone way up compared to last year. At the same time last year. You know, right during a COVID lockdown. Now, if you go looking, the crime rates are actually they're very close. Not identical, but they're very, very close to what they would have been 2 years ago when there was no COVID lockdown. I'm just curious. What are the odds that Houston's crime rate actually pretty similar to what it was 2 years ago? I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's way worse. Maybe it's better. But, man, you can't compare stuff to what it was a year ago. That's just not how things should work. Majority is angry drivers shooting in traffic. This is why you don't hang out in Houston. This is why I don't hang out in Houston. No, actually, from what I understand, Houston isn't supposed to be that bad typically, but I could kind of see how it might get there. I imagine Houston is probably the big battleground city in the state now, isn't it? I mean, politically speaking, I know that's not really the point, but would I be wrong in saying that that's because, you know, Austin is pretty blue, Dallas is pretty red, as are most of the others. But Houston struck me as kind of like that middle ground where people aren't really decided. The outskirts of Houston are pretty safe. Okay. Diablo, I think Houston is now number 3 in worst traffic in nation. Why believe that? So I visited Texas. This is this is setting a real standard here. I visited Texas, I believe it was in 2001. So I believe actually 20 years ago. 20 full years ago. And I remember then being... It's the only time I've ever actually been stunned by traffic. Because I landed in the Houston airport and I was staying with a friend in Beaumont. So you get an idea. Not too far of a drive, but a little bit. Yeah. So she refused to drive any more than she had to, which literally meant I drove the entire time. I got on the road leaving the airport. Wait, was it leaving the airport that this happened? I don't remember. Anyway, at one point I got onto the interstate and I had never in my life seen 7 lanes each direction. That was a new experience for me. I did not realize that could be a thing. And I mean, I adapted to it pretty quickly, especially when she told me kind of how to drive in that traffic. It's like, okay, I as long as I understand the rules and the customs, I can deal with this. And I did. I was actually really surprised by how friendly the drivers were. You throw on a turn signal, and people, if they're not like right next to you, they're pretty much like, okay, cool. You get to, sure, you threw on a turn signal, we'll let you in. I'm assuming that's not how it is anymore. But, yeah, everyone was nice driving. I wouldn't say that everyone was nice in general. Like, it still felt pretty detached. But, yeah, the driving experience was, in terms of how people acted, it was good. In terms of how much traffic, it was freaking terrible. It was horrible for traffic. I even middle of the week driving on roads in the middle of nowhere, and you would still have thick traffic. That was a problem back then. I'd hate to think of what it is now. Carson, almost every major city is blue. I mean, it depends on, I guess it depends on what you call major cities. I like to pretend at least half of the red states have objectively major cities. You know, granted, they don't rival New York, Chicago, LA, San Francisco, but you know, you still have some technically major cities out there, a few of them. Dallas, I guess, would be one red major city. But yeah. After that, the list gets pretty short. Do we have to count? No, I guess not. I was about to say, do we have to count the major cities in Florida? Because, you know, Miami. But to be fair, Miami is blue, so yeah. Still pretty much blue. Let's see. Austin, what the hell is a turn signal? I hate hearing that. That's almost how people. That's kind of how it was in Vegas. People don't give a shit about turn signals. It sucks. Let's see. Quickly reading down. It does get bad during rush hour. So many cities do. Diablo. You would say rush hour is now rush hours, meaning like 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Yeah, that's... Dude, venture to San Francisco. It's not every day, but seriously, rush hour legitimately runs from basically 4 a.m. to about 10 p.m. That's not a joke. It is. They just have a few hours when like everything is shut down that things finally empty out. San Francisco is so bad to drive around. It honestly, that is like the single biggest and best reason for them moving Google I/O. Fly just buzzed past my ear. Yay. Let's see. The majority of red in Texas is from all the rural counties. Oh yeah, for sure it is, but you know, still Dallas and what, I think San Antonio are still their good old larger city Republicans. Let's see. With more and more Californians moving here, I'd say it's only a few more years until the state turns blue. I'm good with that. it has been said many times, as long as California doesn't flip, and if Texas does flip, then that's it. That's it. There would never again be, as long as Texas remains blue, there would never again be a Republican president. I'm okay with this. Then we could start seeing maybe a little bit of division in the Democratic side, where we could start maybe getting someone we want instead of just picking someone who can win. Anyway, um uh Diablo did Amazon Fresh the other day. It made you want to it made you not want to shop anymore in person. I could understand that. Though I got to say I would still just prefer shopping in person. I don't know, it's just a thing with me. Um Carson, does San Francisco have subways? Yes, it does. Uh but it's very mixed. You have subways just under like the main part of the city, and then it turns into trains, like above ground trains, and usually actually suspend, or not suspended, but let's just say well above ground trains. um they also have actually one of the trains, maybe two of the trains, go under the bay. So that's also a part of it, which is really interesting and slightly scary when you think about it, because one of these days something very bad is going to happen, and that you don't want to be in a tunnel under the bay. Anyway, uh let's see. um I had Amazon Fresh before they bought Whole Foods. It was pretty awesome. Okay. uh the green food bags are the best, but Texas governor be like, make rules for harder voting. Yep. Well, almost every red state did. That's gonna be that's gonna be shitty. Um, Curvy. California has too many comfortable liberals. I don't know that I would say that. It just has too many that it has so many diverse different versions of the entire spectrum. Um, let's see. Traffic and seeing people is a good avoidance. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Uh, Curvy, fight like hell when there's a Republican president. They sleep when the Democrats have power. I mean, you're describing the party better than you're describing California. Get California is already kind of behaving this way. Like, or well, that's not the way I want to say it. And I don't think that explaining it's going to be worth it. Suffice to say, let's be honest, that this isn't really a California thing. Um uh let's see. Curvy, you prefer going to the grocery store, gets you out of the house. Working from home eats up your ability to get out of the house. Believe me. Yeah, 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 100,000% this is a real issue. um it's worse if you live really far from the city or town or whatever. you know I've got a half hour drive if I want to get anywhere. So yeah, it's very much a real problem. It's not pleasant. You spend way too much time inside. I much preferred it when I worked from home living in Vegas. I was always like tops 5-minute drive from the grocery store. That was awesome because if I decided I wanted something, it was just as easy as hopping in the car, pulling out of the garage, driving a few minutes, grab the thing, come back. If I could literally be cooking and realize, "Hey, I forgot an ingredient." I'll just turn the heat down on the stove, hop in the car and go get something. I could do that. And yes, technically that is not advisable. You shouldn't do that. But I'm not saying that I was the smartest person all the time. And setting that aside, also realistically, if you don't do something stupid, it's usually not that unsafe. Um uh let's see. Diablo kind of lazy, needs to move more. Look, hey, that's what we were talking about before. We all need better exercise. Um anyway, yeah, let's see. Curvy won't be typing much because she got Popeyes. Um Speaking of, I think at this point I didn't technically give the 15 minutes, but I actually do need to take off pretty soon. So, really quick, let's. Diablo has mentioned this a couple of times. Google lawsuit. What is this one? Dozens of states sue Google over App Store. Oh, okay. Um, who's gonna get my click? Who's gonna get my click? Let's see. Politico, Gizmodo, NPR. We're just gonna skip the Post. CNN. We're CNN. Uh, Barron's. No. Yeah, back to Politico, I guess. Not my favorite choice, but hey. 36 states and DC sue Google for alleged antitrust violations in its Android App Store. The lawsuit filed in California federal court is the third by state attorneys general to target the company for alleged antitrust violations. Yeah, when your home state sues you, that's a bad sign. Let's see. A group of 36 states, they sued Android App Store, opening a new front in regulators' attempts to rein in the search giant. Okay, just correct me if I'm wrong, but is there at least a matching lawsuit against Apple? I'm just saying. Everything Google is doing bad, Apple's doing worse. Just saying. Okay, so really quick before going any deeper, I see that 36 states are on board. It's worth noting for anyone who doesn't know this. This is normal as can be. Anytime any state's attorneys general decides to file a lawsuit against any major company, it really doesn't even matter who it is. It doesn't matter where they fall on the political spectrum. It mostly does. None of this stuff really matters. As soon as one does this, a huge batch of others will all do the exact same thing. Like they practically copy and paste the charges. And the reason they're doing it is because they want the money. Like straight up, it is a commonplace thing. They just want the money. Carson, we actually talked about that one. In fact, that was the very first topic, I think. So after I leave in a little bit, yeah, by all means, go back because it's just nothing but laughing. It's mocking the lunacy of that. Uh, Austin, Google should pivot to corporate law at this point, for real. Anyway. Um. Damn yawn. Anyway. Filed in California, led by Utah, North Carolina, Tennessee, New York, Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, and Nebraska, is the latest in a series of major antitrust cases filed against the tech industry's biggest forces after years of brewing unhappiness with the growing wealth and power of Silicon Valley. Shocking. It comes just 9 days after the antitrust crusade suffered its first major setback when a federal judge in Washington dismissed the Federal Trade Commission's antitrust suit against Facebook on the grounds that the agency hadn't offered enough evidence that the world's largest social network is a monopoly. I mean, it technically isn't. And what would it even mean to be a monopoly there? It's not like another company can't start a social network. It's just convincing people to join more than one is hard. But people will do it. Yeah, I kind of think that one may have been a lost cause. You're not going to win a monopoly case against Facebook. Not for that. In addition to Wednesday's suit, Google also faces a suit that the Justice Department in 14 states filed in October, focusing on Google's efforts to dominate the mobile search market. One from 38 states and territories filed in December also focused on search, and a third suit by 15 states and territories related to Google's power over the advertising technology. Okay. The company didn't have an immediate comment on the new lawsuit. Shocking. The new case, Wednesday's suit, is the latest challenge to the search giant's plan to force all app developers who use the Google Play Store to pay a 30% commission on sales of digital goods or services. The change is set to go into effect in September. Wait, what? Challenge to the plan to force all app developers who use the Play Store to pay a 30% commission on... They're changing to a system that charges 15%. What the fuck is this case about? Did someone miss a memo? Something seems wrong there. Someone wrote this wrong. The case mirrors one filed against Google by Fortnite maker Epic Games last August, and a barrage of antitrust class actions filed on behalf of app developers and consumers who allege Google's policies have led to higher prices. The bipartisan group of state attorneys general filed Wednesday's case in the same court as those other app store lawsuits. It will be heard by the same judge, James Donato, an Obama appointee who has scheduled a trial in Epic's suit against Google for April 2022. The suit is the first to challenge Google's control of the mobile app store market, though antitrust authorities in the UK and Australia have already opened probes into the search giant's dominance in the industry. Yep, okay. Let's see. Quickly looking at comments. David, burn big tech to the ground. Annoying that they won't go after telcos or ISP. Yeah. The suits don't matter until laws and enforcement is changed. Yeah. Okay, so what stands out to me here is this is so reminiscent of the original Microsoft case from like 30 years ago, or close to that. What stands out is you have a company that at times definitely did some inappropriate stuff, but in practical terms they never needed to. Honestly, they would have won. They would have been in these exact same positions if they never did the inappropriate stuff. It might have taken a little longer. It might have left some room for another competitor to really exist. And I mean, look at Google. Amazon does exist. It's not. Like, oops. Wow. No. Shut up, stupid thing. That's the first time I've triggered this in a while. So, I mean, technically, competitors do exist. They're just bad. The irony is, it's going to be hard to prove this argument of Google having an unfair advantage when Microsoft is partnering with Amazon and giving Amazon a huge boost. That's actually really going to hurt this case. Or that case. Yeah, hey G, that wasn't for you. Let's see. I don't know what they're seeking. Google is a mob and forces people to pay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I feel like they're not really gonna have a good stranglehold on this. Not the way that they want to. Also, thanks to Carson. Man, I was about to say C. Saldana. Thanks to Carson for the donation. Many thanks, my man. Many thanks. But really quick, because let's see. I need to put the notifications back on the channel. Those fell out of my layout so long ago, and I never got around to putting them back in. So this is something I need to remember to do. I definitely need to fix that. Not that I would have heard them right now with the headphones off, but yeah, still. And this, I think, is the first time I've done a whole stream headphones off the entire time. That's different for me. Let's see. So, my thought process, train of thought, trains, subways. We're going backwards in topics, and we shouldn't be. Back to Google and the Play Store. Yeah, for real though, I get where they're trying to go with these cases, but Google has done such a good job. Carson, no music on this stream for a very specific reason. There was a weird crash that occurred just as I started the stream, and for whatever reason, VLC can now not see the correct output for audio. And as a result, the only solution I had was to just leave it off. It was either that or restart the stream. And so far it seems like it's going okay. I encouraged everyone who wanted to just turn on your own music if you like. Put on Spotify and set the music real low, and you're pretty much good to go. Yeah. If people prefer this, by the way, let me know, because I'm totally okay with that. Let's see. Anyway, background. Let's see. Sorry. The thought that I was in the middle of saying, Google has done such a good job at sort of leveraging itself into being right on that gray area, like tiptoeing up to the line where they're really powerful, they keep getting more and more advantage, but it's really hard to pin down, did you do something not okay? Like, are you actually breaking some laws, or are you going too far? And it's so easy to keep pointing to stuff and being like, well, they're really powerful, they obviously did something wrong, but what can anyone point to that they did that's wrong? I mean, they did the same thing any other search company could, and they paid to be the default search provider. Okay, anyone could do that. They just have to bid high enough. They did things like leverage the Play services to give them to make sure Google had preferential treatment on a bunch of devices. But I mean, how much of that was leverage versus how much would OEMs have done all of that just because? You start wiggling through it, and it's like it's so hard to pick out what Google necessarily did wrong that would have turned out any differently. Um, Carson, think you can only have one audio source on Android, unfortunately. Uh, I don't know. That's actually a really good question. I know you can mix audio. I know guaranteed you can mix audio, but I think when it comes to apps, only I think apps or only one app is allowed to produce audio at a time, with the notable exception of the foreground app. So you can have a background app playing music or a podcast or live streaming, and a foreground app can also play stuff. However, it cannot be labeled the same type of thing. There's a specific audio channel for music or podcasts or anything like that, and then there are other audio channels that you use when you want to output like your system sounds or effects, things like that. So yeah, chances are you really couldn't do it. You can have multiple audio sources, but they have to be different channels, which I don't think you'd be able to do, because everyone, of course, is naturally going to put it all into the music, audio, whatever channel. Wait, seriously? Chromebooks are the same way? The dumbest thing on Chromebooks, it happens too. One audio/video source on, say, a tab. Then open a PWA of YouTube. The tab pauses. It's so dumb. That is insane. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's not like I start up a lot of YouTube videos simultaneously, but I legitimately have had a few times. I've actually had music playing in like YouTube Music, and I turn on some other video that I don't really need to have like perfect audio from. It's rare, but I do it. David Lama, it's like getting mad at Facebook for buying Instagram. Facebook made Instagram what it is today. I disagree with that. I absolutely blame Facebook for buying Instagram because it was everyone knows it was a predatory purchase. And Instagram actually was doing really well. I mean, it wasn't the size it is today, but it was growing. I don't know that it would have grown to the same size as Facebook, but it was growing. Not the same size as Facebook, but growing at the same rate that it grew once Facebook acquired it. That's the way I mean to say it. In other words, would it be the same size today if it had kept growing on its own as opposed to being acquired by Facebook? And to that extent, honestly, I don't think it would have been the same size, but I think it would have been okay. Unless Facebook decided it was going to just duplicate all the features and try to destroy Facebook by just cloning it. Destroy Instagram by just cloning it. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I feel like that would have happened, but I'm not sure enough. Anyway. So, yeah, I am mad at Facebook, or not mad, but I do blame Facebook. I think that was an unnecessary and pretty malicious purchase. That being said, again, it's not like Google hasn't done some iffy things, but they've been really good at picking moves that mostly are either completely legal, or at least most people would look at it and say, yeah, that's totally justified. We're not going to get mad at this. Um huh. Ah, damn. The yawning is a pretty good sign. I need to call it pretty quick, but um yeah, I mean, I don't know. Instagram was big enough when Facebook acquired it that at the time everyone looked at the infamous $1 billion purchase, which it and that's the thing. Like, it was the biggest purchase someone had done for a company of that size at the time, and everyone looks back on it today and says, "Yeah, but it was a much bigger company." Like, the rate at which the prices went up was very fast. If if knowing what we know today about what companies would sell for in the future, the notion that Instagram sold for $1 billion at that time is insane. It should have probably sold for about, I'd guess, closer to 7 to 10 billion dollars, given its size at that time, given its value, given what it was doing in terms of attracting users and being something of interest. Instagram probably deserved to sell for about 7 to 10 billion dollars. I might be overstating. Maybe it's closer to like 4 to 5, but still, 1 billion was ludicrously cheap for what they got. It may have seemed like a really insanely high number at the time, but that's only because it we the inflation rate on big tech companies has changed. It skyrocketed. So companies that, if they had sold even a year earlier, they would have sold for a quarter of what they ended up selling for. That's how fast those prices went up. So, I mean, really. Um, the approval of the purchase was dumb. I agree. I remember thinking that that shouldn't have happened, mostly because it was already obvious Facebook had too much of a dominant position. Uh, uh, yeah, it was not a good thing. I'll just sit on that. I think I could rationalize it out further, but it's not worth it. Um, let's see. The As it stands, though, I think I think they were in a I think they were in a position where Instagram was still very much at risk of dying if Facebook decided to take it on, like, just head to head. It's questionable, but Facebook buying Instagram is kind of a bad example, but you can't predict the future. Look at AT&T and Time Warner deal. I mean, everyone predicted some hinky stuff would happen with AT&T and T and Time Warner. I just No one expected it to end with them having quite having the explosive growth that they did. Um Tangent, but did you see TikTok now has more hours viewed per user than YouTube on Android? I had not, but that in no way surprises me. And I'm assuming that's not like all time, right? Uh, TikTok, YouTube. Oh, good. Thank you. Okay, what is um Okay. All right. The company compared app trends in Q4 2019 before the pandemic took hold to Q2 2021 when markets started to open up. App Annie finds that social habits formed during the pandemic are sticking around and deepening. Um, US users spend an average of 24.5 hours per month using the app. That's TikTok. While users across the pond are 26 hours per month. Wow, really? They're watching more than us? For YouTube, it's 23.1 hours in the US, and the average US user is spending 50% more time in TikTok on Android phones. It's 80% in the UK compared to 2019. Okay. The thing is, none of this does not at all surprise me. It's not that TikTok is a better experience, especially in terms of the app. The app's pretty mediocre. But what stands out to me here is YouTube, if you're watching on your phone, how long do you want your clips to be? I need to be a TikToker. Should I do dance trends? I don't know why I went to disco on that. It's just the first thing I could think of that's like, yeah, I what can I pull out that fits inside a camera frame? Um or you know, or maybe I'll just do like finger tutting, you know. The I'm not actually good at that. Though a friend of mine built her following on finger tutting. Um, so yeah, that's a thing. Let's see. Oh, well, she stopped doing it. Now she does all inspirational stuff, but I don't know if I'd be able to find any of her finger tutting stuff anymore. Um, but let's see. Yeah, anyway, the thing is, if you're standing in line or goofing around and just need some stuff to watch for a minute or two, honestly, TikTok is just going to be the default. And if you don't know how long you're going to be watching, like let's say you're waiting on something. You're waiting at I don't know, you're waiting on work to be done on your car, or well, maybe that's a bad example. Maybe you're waiting on the deli to finish slicing some meat for you. I don't know, whatever. How long you know that you're going to be there at least a minute, but you don't know you're going to have 5 minutes. So you turn on something that's going to have really short form videos, and you're not going to care if you have to stop a little early in one. Whereas YouTube, people are posting vlogs, people are posting like explainer videos. People are posting if they're, you know, if they're MKBHD, they're just posting gadget porn. Like whatever the case may be, you've got a video that's going to be going for 15-20 minutes. That's not something that you want to watch like 13 minutes of the way through and then realize, oh hey, I need to stop watching, it's time to get up and go. Like that's not a good experience. So yeah, I totally get it. It makes sense. TikTok should be winning that fight. Not that it's ideal, but it just makes sense that that's the type of content that's going to appeal under those circumstances. That being said, and Diablo, you mentioned it right. Well, Austin and Diablo mentioned it right there. YouTube Shorts. And yeah, not gonna lie, I want to start making YouTube Shorts. I haven't decided what I would make them on, which is kind of the problem. But yeah, I absolutely want to start making YouTube Shorts, because frankly, um, how many people here? How many people here have heard of the spiffing Brit? Let's see. Am I sharing? Yeah, I'm sharing the right thing. The spiffing Brit. I think I talked about this. I swear I talked about this, man, maybe a couple months ago, give or take. Okay, we're gonna. So the spiffing Brit, the premise of this channel. I'll scroll down. You can kind of get it reasonably quick. Yeah, his whole thing is he takes games, usually games, but not always, and he okay, I did show it. Yeah. Um he basically exploits the games. He finds ways to cheat or take advantage of some rule or system in a game that is not fully baked, and basically cheats hardcore. um and sometimes it requires hacks, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it's just play the game to a certain point or a certain way and you can abuse it. Other times it's like, if you click a button a certain way, or you go into and out of a screen several times, eventually it causes some bug that makes you invincible or whatever. Like, it can be any of these things. Well, he also sometimes gets into, we're gonna have to scroll down here a little bit to get some history showing up, but let's search for YouTube. Okay, so I haven't even seen this one yet, but the infinite light glitch that breaks YouTube. You can, so I don't know what that one's about. Let's see. Here's the one. Here's the one that I'm thinking of. The YouTube algorithm shorts secret. So they used shorts. Oh, what an automated clip. That's terrifying. They tested taking a channel, like a basically no-name channel, and tested using and abusing the crap out of shorts to get exposure. And within what was it? I think it was like within a week or something, or within a couple weeks, the shorts algorithm had just given them tons of followers, tons of views, all of this stuff, completely insane, easy access. Like, it is the shortest method, the quickest method. I should stop saying short, but it's the quickest method to just get your subscribers, get your hours up. You get terrible click-through rate. It pays garbage on your ad exposures, but you still get tons and tons of exposure. So whether or not it's better in terms of ads, questionable, but it is definitely the way to do it. Like, the way to get to blow up. And previously he had talked about a different algorithm glitch that was, what was it? Oh, this was the poll glitch. All you had to do was create polls and do like text posts, and it was a way to get, somehow, some wacky method gives you tons and tons of exposure, engagement, all kind of cheating a system, and it was a way to get yourself higher ranked and sometimes break into the front page and things like that. So let's see, there's now an infinite light glitch. I may have to look into that. May be worth taking advantage of. Let's see. Anyway, all right. So Diablo, the other day saw someone at the drive-through line in the Taco Bell watching TikTok. I've been in a couple of grocery stores and seen people watching TikToks while they're standing in line. Like I it I live in a place where this is kind of abnormal. This sort of thing does not catch on that quickly, and it's catching on here, or has caught on, at least with some people. Um, there was a government version where they made like funny parties. Interesting. Um, anyway, yeah. So if anyone is curious about this and cares to look into it, look up the Spiffing Brit. Um, or I'll even paste the link to the channel in chat. Um, yeah, his videos are all right. They're very snarky. So if you enjoy snark, watch some of that, because uh, he super snarky. We'll just stick with that. Um, and I can only imagine where and how he's coming up with some of this stuff. But yeah, yeah, it's some of this stuff is worth the watch. Others not so much. But if you like watching random weird game exploits, kind of a trippy channel. Um. Okay. Anyway, so enough of that. We've talked about this, or we just kind of finished talking about this. That being said, I really think that I think it's unfair to assume that this is going to make an appreciable difference. TikTok is already huge. YouTube is huge. I don't think TikTok beating YouTube on mobile is changing that much. I mean, mobile is huge. It's really important. Desktop is huge. It's really important. TV is huge and really important. Like, all of these things are different levels. But I feel like YouTube is pretty well established, and I don't think it's losing people. I think TikTok is just gaining people, if that makes sense. I think people are still watching a crap load of video. It's just, yeah, YouTube, a few people that watch YouTube have also started watching TikTok. And TikTok has just also acquired people who weren't already watching YouTube. That's my hunch. Um, yeah, yeah. TikTok is extremely lucky it didn't get treated like garbage. I'm shocked, actually. And, and considering how things almost went down with the Trump administration, what they pulled, I'm doubly shocked, because they had the opportunity to have totally wrecked TikTok by forcing it into the hands of freaking Oracle and Walmart. What the anyway, I don't know if you can hear it, but my throat actually, I can feel it. I've hit the level where I need to stop, otherwise I'm going to have a sore throat for tomorrow. So um if only Pornhub can get their average views over 5 minutes, yikes. From what I've heard, I don't know how true this is. From what I understand, the average Pornhub uh, session ranges upwards of more like 30 minutes to an hour. People like their stories. Anyway, um, competition is good. Yes, that I agree with. Though, again, I don't think TikTok and YouTube are really in that much of a competition. Yes, YouTube has started doing shorts. That is absolutely competition. I don't think in large part they are actual competition, though. I feel like YouTube has got this situation really under wraps. Carson. Okay, so about that. Um, depending on situations, I'd be okay with that. But let's see. Yeah. Okay. So it's gonna depend a little bit. Am I still sharing my? Yeah, still sharing screen. It's gonna depend a little, a little bit because Saturday is supposed to be 89, Sunday 91. It depends. I can probably do Last of Us. I'm down for that. I'm actually very much down for that. Always a butt with me. Oh, how dare I? Um. So yeah, no, I have not been making it up. This is not our hottest we've ever had, but this is pretty up there for where I live. At this time of year, it's not weird for it to be hitting about 90. That's pretty normal. Uh but yeah, when it's hitting 90, it makes this office pretty hot, especially running a PlayStation 4 at pretty much with one of the few games that it is pushing the limits of the PlayStation 4. Um oh, you might not be able to watch this weekend. Okay, if that's the case, I will very likely just play Borderlands on stream if I play. There's a lot of if wrapped around the temperature. We will see. So I have no promises about this weekend. I'm gonna try, but uh yeah. Yeah. That's pretty much the most I can really say with any confidence. It might be there might be no play, there might be some. I If you're not gonna be around, I'll just assume I'll wait on The Last of Us Part 2. And that can come up the following weekend. Um let's see. And yeah, if I do Borderlands, I never got around to starting Revenge of the Cartels, so that's 1,000%. The next time I play Borderlands on stream, that's what I'm doing. It is because I'm eager to do that. I've been dying. I wish they would have opened that up a few weeks earlier. Now that they've made it a permanently accessible thing, I'm kind of mad they didn't just open it up earlier so I could have played it when I wanted to, on stream when I wanted to. Dirty bastards. Anyway, okay. I think I have well exceeded my multiple 15-minute ish warnings, such as they were. Um Diablo, exactly. The hot sun. Um anyway, with that, thanks to everyone for coming by. Thanks for being part of the conversation, which had went completely off the freaking rails tonight. I mean, holy crap, that was some serious Samsung talk. Uh which was, I did not expect Samsung talk on a OnePlus topic. But yeah, thanks for everyone hanging out. Thanks for watching. I'm actually really impressed. The concurrent viewers basically hovered at 5 for a really long time and then hovered at 6 pretty much ever since, which is yay. um let's see. Only bad part about Stadia is games like Outriders is behind on patches. Yeah, I that is going to, I think, remain the biggest challenge with Stadia. Is, for whatever reason, some games are always behind with the patch. Anyway, I hope everyone has a great freaking week. Enjoy the rest of what's coming. Um, as usual, I will try to be back this weekend for gaming, as previously discussed. Let's see. Anything else? Oh, yeah, and if anyone is in the mood, feel so inspired to contribute to the channel, throw a little something my way. Links down in the description. You know how they work. And, well, with that, I hope everyone does great. May all of your games play just perfectly in your favor. And with that, good night, everybody.